Hey, Lindsay. 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 Hello.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my unmute button. I'm here.
You can hear me, right?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can see you.
Okay. Thank you.
And just so everybody knows, we are live streaming as of now.
Or Nico, I'm doing a sound check. How is my sound?
Chair, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Horseman, how's my sound?
I can hear you too.
Okay, perfect.
It looks like we got a full, it's like I'm looking at somebody's computer screen now. I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me? There it goes. Okay.
Chair Horstman, is my sound coming through?
Yes, yours is good too. I hear you just fine.
Thank you.
Hello, testing my mic.
I hear you too, Supervisor Fowler.
Great, thank you. Okay, can somebody say something again? Because I cannot hear you all.
Supervisor Fowler, are you, can you hear me?
I can hear you through the wall. I cannot hear you on my computer.
Supervisor Fowler, we're sending
Okay.
somebody to assist right now.
Okay, how about that one?
We can hear you fine. Can you hear us?
What about this one? What about this one?
You need to change these. It should be. Did you try this one?
Hello?
Here,
See, I can't hear them.
okay, let me check something real quick.
Are you good?
I can't hear them.
There's no,
sound.
no, but I meant like there's no cord plugged into.
Mm-mm. I was.
Here, I'm gonna mute this.
I want to be like everybody else. Can you guys hear me? No, Steve can't hear me.
Okay, now you're talking too loud.
Supervisor Fowler, can you hear us?
Loud and clear now. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have all supervisors here.
Do we have all the staff that we need to proceed? If so, it's 4 minutes after, so let's go ahead and get started. Members of the public and also to our staff, good evening. And this is our 4 o'clock special session. This will be a limited board meeting. However, we will have our regular session, which is going to start at 6 o'clock. So welcome all. And at this point, I'd like to go ahead and let's do a call to order. And at this time, do we have, I'm Patrice Horseman. I am the chair of the Board of Supervisors and also the supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2 and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Hi, folks. Matt Ryan, District 3. Looking forward to getting back together and a great conversation as well.
Absolutely. And District 4.
Good afternoon. I'm Judy Begay, County Board Supervisor for District 4. I'm looking forward to our very productive meeting this evening. Thank you.
Very good. And District 5.
Hi, this is Lena, Supervisor for District 5. Thank you.
Very good. And so we have all board members present here, and it is good to be back after our July semi-break anyway. And at this point, we have the Pledge of Allegiance, and those that can, please stand. And so we can say the Pledge of Allegiance, and our clerk has put up the pledge and the flag. So let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. And we are back, and we have one item for discussion and possible action here for a special meeting. This is discussion update and possible direction to staff regarding legislative items for the CSA Legislative Summit and the county's 2023 state legislative agenda. And County Manager, I understand Trey Williams will present on this item. Is that correct? And we can't hear you at all, Steve. All right, I think that's a thumbs up. So let's go. Trey, please present on this while our county manager figures out what's going on. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to be with you, members of the board, Chair Horstman, Vice Chair Vasquez. We are here today to present to you the proposed 2023 state legislative proposals that were submitted by departments. And so I'm going to go ahead and get started. We're not going to take up too much of your time, as I know you have a full agenda this evening, so we'll get this business done quickly for you. Next slide, Gregory. So I wanted to begin with a recap of the legislative agenda development process so far. In June, early June, Public Affairs reached out to departments, and I reported in the June 7th Board of Supervisors meeting about that outreach to departments, and also provided overview of the process. Public Affairs utilized the County Supervisors Association legislative proposal form because we anticipated that any proactive items we would want to do through CSA first, since their deadline, as you can see there, is August 15th. That's their deadline to submit legislative proposals to the County Supervisors Association Board of Directors meeting, or Board of Directors for their 2023 legislative priorities. So we coincided our process along with that. You will remember that you were all in a break during July, so there was not an opportunity to meet or go over these proposals. And as I presented in June, this creates a truncated calendar for us. But during the month of July, the departments did submit their responses for legislative proposals, and that is what we will present to you today. Public Affairs received one legislative proposal from Health and Human Services, and we also received just a heads up proposal from Adult Probation. And then, of course, in August, throughout this month, this is really kicking off this process. We only have one more week until the deadline for submitting proposals to CSA occurs. And so there's not a lot of time to develop or redevelop these proposals before we submit them. However, if there is a desire from the board to submit any proposal, we can do that by August 15th, and then we can work it out as we develop the proposal and we prepare for the CSA Legislative Summit, which, as you can see here, is going to happen October the 5th through the 7th at the Casino del Sol in Tucson. And that's going to be hosted by our partner counties, Pima County and Santa Cruz County. Next slide, Gregory. And then just to begin the process, before I go through that one proposal we received from Health and Human Services, I know that this is a topic, short-term and vacation rentals are a topic that's very of interest to this board, and that this board directed staff to pay attention to during the 55th legislature. And so just to recap on short-term rental legislation, these are the bills that were introduced. There was 7 to 8 bills, depending on how you count them, that pertained to short-term and vacation rentals. And only one of those passed. Next slide. The bill that passed is Chapter 343 Laws 2022, which was SB 1168, sponsored by Senator J.D. Mesnard. And this bill really sought to overhaul the preemption that the legislature enacted in 2016, which preempted local governments from regulating short-term and vacation rentals, and which actually preempted Coconino County's ordinance as well. And since that time, Coconino County has not reinstituted the ordinance that was preempted by the 2016 legislation. And so the SB 1168 sought to delegate some of that authority back to cities, towns, and counties to allow us to regulate in a limited fashion short-term and vacation rentals. So as part of this legislation, it requires the owner to maintain liability insurance and a valid transaction privilege tax license. It also authorizes counties and municipalities to issue a permit for operating a short-term vacation rental, and it allows for the regulation of health and safety as part of that permitting process. And any violations that are verified violations, which includes felony offenses, wrongful death, intentionally housing a sex offender, those verified violations allow for the suspension of revocation of the permit that is enacted and stipulated in SB 1168, the new legislation. So before I went into any of the legislative proposals that were submitted from departments, I just wanted to get direction from the Board of Supervisors on whether or not you wanted to submit anything pertaining to short-term or vacation rentals to CSA for the 2023 legislative session. And Madam Chair, I would turn it back over to you at this point.
Members of the board, thank you for that update. Trey, we really appreciate that. And yes, short-term rentals is a item of concern for us here in Coconino County, and something that we have taken a close look at here, especially the new legislation. So thank you very much for the update. And members of the board, any comments, questions? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And, as noted by Trey, we have this new legislative piece on the regulatory side. There were parallel tracks that we pursued short-term rentals on. One was tax parity. Number 2 is the regulatory piece. Now that the legislature has put forward the regulatory piece, I don't think it would be wise for us to pursue regulatory, but instead to work together with staff to move forward with an ordinance. And I know staff is looking at that and has the potential of bringing that forward to us. Of course, we'll be on a shortened timeline related to an ordinance because for this to take effect, it's lined up for sometime in September. I think it's September 24th or something like that. So on the regulatory side, I would say no. On the parity side, I would say yes, but we're not the lead. That would be the assessors. I know Assessor Ruiz Armando has brought this to the attention of the assessors. It looks like they are going to move forward with some tax parity piece. What I would recommend is that we bring it to the attention of County Supervisors Association, that we would want to support what the assessors are moving forward with this. And so that's what I would suggest. So it's not CSA in the lead, but CSA ready to support what is being moved forward. Trey, have you gotten into any discussions with Craig related to this, knowing that assessors are moving forward with this?
Yes, Supervisor Ryan, we have, and that's one of the reasons why we wanted to talk about this today, is we know the tax parity issue is something that you have always been interested in and something you have led the board on. And so we wanted to put this before you just in case, like last year, you wanted to submit a proposal to ACO or to CSA for tax parity, which we did propose to CSA last year. As a reminder, the CSA membership decided that due to the overall legislative priorities that were under consideration, they wanted to devote their time and resources to other legislative priorities rather than the tax parity, because it was more on the assessor side. So we did propose that to ACO. That bill was among the bills that were introduced. Representative John Kavanaugh sponsored that legislation for ACO. It ultimately didn't receive a hearing. It didn't go anywhere. And so we would be prepared to work with ACO and CSA to help support any effort towards tax parity if that's something that the board would still like to move forward on.
You know, I would suggest that we put it forward. We know that where it went last year and then prior to last year, actually CSA supported it. So, you know, what I'm hoping for is that we align the CSA behind ACO on what's going on. And if there is a possibility during the summit that we might choose to, it's not our priority, but we want to back what's going on instead of going silent or not supporting. And so, you know, I would suggest that we move forward with that. And, you know,
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. I agree with you 100% that we do move forward. Any other comments from other board members or any questions from other board members?
This is Lena.
Yes, hi. Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Okay, I think I got my, can you all see me now?
You can.
Okay, so this is a very important topic, issue for us, and it's going to make a really huge impact, positive impact in our communities should we get this through. And I think we need to stay with it and make sure that we are working together. And I agree with Supervisor Ryan. And we just need to keep working with all of the other counties and our state legislators on this important issue that is really having an impact on our communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Other comments from supervisors?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
on this issue, I totally agree with our other fellow board members that we should really make sure that, you know, we're right there with the tax parity and supporting the assessors, you know, and then also that the CSA really should support this initiative, you know, as far as this issue here. So I agree with, you know, what has been said, and it is important to us at Coconino County with this particular item. Thank you.
Any other comments? You know, I also think, just to add to this, that it is important for us as a board to take a look at the legislation, a new legislation on what we can as a county do, as limited as it may be with vacation rentals, and the way take a look at drafting an ordinance for our communities here in Coconino County that are affected here by these short-term rentals, and do what we can to permit them and take what we can in terms of oversight responsibilities consistent with the changes to the law. And I know Supervisor Ryan also and I have talked about that. I hope the other board members agree, and I look forward to bringing things forward to the board for consideration as we look forward to an ordinance on this. Any other comments?
I'll go ahead and jump in. I just wanted to say that on the short-term rentals, I think it's really important that we're able to regulate some kind of have some kind of authority over short-term rentals in our county. It's causing some of our affordable housing problems, and so this would be an attempt to help mitigate that a little bit. And so I'm in full support of any legislation that gives local control over short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments? If not, let's go ahead and proceed forward, Trey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next slide, Gregory. Thank you. And by the way, Madam Chair and board members, Gregory Nelson, who is the Public Affairs Manager with my staff, is also on this presentation, and he will be presenting on the legislative priorities section. So I meant to mention that when I began, but I was very eager to get started. So I just wanted to note that for now. And he's helping advance the slides. So this next slide pertains to rural management areas. Madam Chair, I know this is one that you were very, very interested in. And of course, rural management areas pertains to groundwater management and basically allowing for more management of groundwater by local county boards of supervisors, because that's not always a process. That's not always something that boards of supervisors can weigh in on, even though it does have some, land use implications, which is part of the board's planning and zoning authorities. So in order to help better manage water resources, there's been an ongoing effort to enact rural management areas where groundwater is showing to be depleting or is shown to be depleting. And so Representative Cobb sponsored 2 bills this year, HB 2510, rural management areas, and HB 2661, rural management areas, water as well. Both of those were held in the House Rules Committee. They did not advance. Madam Chair, you sponsored a letter with some of her fellow colleagues from other counties, and this board also passed a resolution in support of enacting rural management area legislation during this legislative session. Ultimately, the legislature did not address this topic, and some other activities were taken as part of the state budget. And so this is still an outstanding item in which groundwater and groundwater management doesn't necessarily allow for management of those resources in a rural area, outside of an active management area. So I know that this is something you wanted to work on for next legislative session, Madam Chair. And at this point, I just wanted to also note that we have been in contact with the County Supervisors Association on this particular issue. They did inform us that this is going to be an ongoing topic and that there is an entire coalition that is devoted to this. And so there's ongoing negotiations here. And so it is something they anticipate on working on, but they don't necessarily know if they will receive any legislative proposals to this end, or if the CSA is the appropriate entity to advance that discussion. And so at this point, Madam Chair, I just wanted to put this on the agenda to get further direction from the board on whether or not you wanted to pursue a proposal in this area. You're on mute, Madam Chair.
There you go. And yes, this is near and dear to many of our hearts here on the board. I mean, here we are living up in the arid Southwest. We have been experiencing a mega drought. We're dealing with the certainly the diminished water supplies in both Lake Mead and also in Lake Powell. Over and over again, we're hearing the importance for us to be able to manage and our very limited water supply. And we do not have the authority right now, since we in Coconino County are not in an active water management area, to even take a look at groundwater and groundwater management and water sustainability when we make development decisions here for our residents in Coconino County. So it is an area that I believe we do need action on. We need action quickly. And on the other hand, having said that, we also want to be strategic in how we proceed and go forward on this. Disappointed that the legislation did not proceed in this last legislature. And at this point, I would take the good advice from CSA with regards to the best approach on how we can proceed with the state legislature. Any other comments from the board? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, if I could, Madam Chair. And I know, Mojave County was taking lead on this last year. I would suspect that they would want to. Trey has, you're saying that you haven't heard from CSA on whether they have, if they're moving forward. Do you know if Mojave is moving forward on any of this? I would imagine they would be, and they'll be a part of the coalition. But and the reason for the question, might as well finish up the thought associated with it is, allowing for Mojave to remain in the league, but we, partner up with them. And, that could lead right into the coalition. What is the best approach? What legislative proposal? I would imagine pretty much aligned with what was proposed last year, but so there you go. Trey.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Madam Chair, you look like you wanted to answer that, so I will defer to you.
Well, go ahead if you want.
Unless-
I do sit on the water group with Mojave and with Yavapai and with a number of the other supervisors who've been involved in this. And I know that as a group, they are also reviewing the options as to what's the best way to proceed, given our losses at the state legislature this last legislative session. So I don't think a decision has been made by Mojave County or any of the others from the water group on how to proceed with this. And I think we continue to work together. I think that's the only way we're going to get this done is by us working across counties and working together on this, and hopefully formulate a strategy and a plan that can be effective and that can actually accomplish something for us up here in rural Arizona.
And Supervisor Ryan, I'm happy to just build on to that. So what I've been doing is I've been in contact with CSA's leadership, their management, their executive director. And so he has agreed to come and come to Coconino County at our convenience and discuss this issue further with us to help us plug into those negotiations as well as those activities around getting this done in the next legislative session. So we know so he knows what our position is and what our areas of interest are, and then he can then help us plug into the coalition so that we are being effective in terms of how we coordinate with Mojave County, with Yavapai, with Gila, Cochise, some of the other counties that passed the resolution and are engaged in this. There's also a stakeholder group, if you will, and the exact name of it escapes me at the moment, but they're also, active in terms of explaining the position and in trying to garner support for this particular proposal.
So probably we need to flesh it out a little bit further on that. I guess from what you just said, I'm hearing that CSA knows there's a coalition out there. Are they coming forward like they would with transportation, some of our regular pieces that we put in there as water and as a continued coalition, like a working group or and part of where I'm going with this is, okay, we'll have the summit. The summit will set legislative priorities for CSA. There's a desire for the water element to be a priority, but what does that mean? Is it a study committee? Is it a coalition? Is there legislation being proposed? And that's the piece that we need to vet out. A lot of work's already been done by Mojave on this. That's why I was asking, do we form a coalition with Mojave as a recommendation and then move it forward as a priority or not? So it sounds like we don't have all that information. My suggestion is we want to get it as a priority, but how related to that?
Madam Chair, if I may, I think for CSA, this is as Chair Horstman noted, counties actually don't have that authority currently, right? And so part of it is that for CSA, not necessarily all of the membership is in agreement on whether counties should have this authority, right? And so what he was going to come and help us understand was, number one, what our priorities are, and then help also give us the information to be able to effectively join the coalition and proceed with the coalition in a way that meets our needs, but that also advances the legislation, because I think for CSA, it's beyond the scope, right, of CSA. It's a bigger issue. And so they want to help their membership plug into this issue with the coalition and provide that policy support, that policy research support, but not necessarily house that within CSA since it's a larger conversation. So like when you're talking about the resolutions that they have. For instance, every year at the Legislative Summit, as you noted, Supervisor Ryan, they pass policy resolutions that are broad, related to transportation or related to the court system. Just to answer your question directly, I don't anticipate that happening at this Legislative Summit with water. However, Craig is going to keep us informed about the activities that are going on with that he knows, and then allow us to join that coalition in an informed fashion so we can proceed there. And as Chair Horstman already noted, she's been in close contact with our partners in Mojave County and others. And so it's just a matter of getting on the same page there, and then ensuring that our priorities and positions are reflected in that coalition, and then offering our voice to that as they introduce the legislation in the 2023 session, if and when that happens.
Okay.
That's what we still got to learn.
So, yeah, go ahead, Patricia.
And I think that the name of the person you're talking about is Jocelyn from Freshwater Policies, and she and Ron Doba have both been very involved in this rural water work group. And I can tell you there is a division within CSA as to the best way to proceed for rural water management. And so I'm unlike the transportation, I'm not sure we have a consensus on how we move forward on this through CSA.
So with that, I guess I'm hearing, because I'm carrying that LPC hat right now, I'm just trying to figure out where we're going with that. Then, Patricia, are you suggesting that we continue to work on it, but maybe not move it forward as a legislative priority at this piece? And
I agree. I do not think we're ready to move this forward as a legislative priority right now. I think we have to be more strategic on how we move this forward, and hopefully get something that actually will get through the legislature. You know, we had 4 bills on rural management this last time, and every single one of them died. So, and I do think that there is a division within CSA.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's been looked at by a lot of the rural counties on what is the best approach. And I don't think we're ready for that through the CSA or through bringing any legislation forward at this time.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I'm kind of thinking in the line of what both of your yourself and Supervisor Ryan said. I think there's got to be a development of a very good strategic plan, and to follow through and work with all the other partners and coalitions out there, and to make it stronger so that we do have a stronger stance in making a decision to ensure that, we're able to manage our own water supply, and to also maintain the water sustainability. So that's my train of thought. And I think, at this time, I do feel that, if it didn't go and CSA is kind of, not all together with it, then I think there's got to be more work done to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from members of the board? All right, seeing none, please proceed, Trey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And now we'll go ahead and get into those 2023 department submitted CSA legislative proposals. As I mentioned, we received one proposal, and that proposal was from Health and Human Services related to the Arizona Department of Economic Security Child Care Assistance grants that were issued as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then there is a proposal, let me back up. The DES Child Care Assistance proposal seeks to extend those grants beyond their life, which they're currently slated to sunset in June of 2023. And so this would extend them beyond that date. So those grants are still available for those who are eligible. And then the other proposal that was submitted was from adult probation, and this pertains to statewide pretrial services funding. I want to make clear this is not a proposal to the board to propose to CSA, because it is an issue for the Administrative Office of the Courts, which is the administrative division of the Arizona Supreme Court and administers and oversees the court system. So it's actually more in their area. But it is something I wanted the board to be aware of because this is something that could move at the state level with the administrative office of the courts. Next slide. Thank you. Then to just get into the Department of Economic Security Child Care Assistance proposal. So as part of the federal COVID-19 relief funding, DES offers monthly grants anywhere from $2,500 to $10,000 to licensed child care providers. And those grants can be used to cover a variety of expenses, which includes increasing staff salaries, retention bonuses, rent, utilities, or also, most importantly, helping families afford care so that they can subsidize the cost of childcare for those who can't afford it. As I mentioned, this program is set to sunset on June of 2023. Next slide. The recommended solution by Health and Human Services is to increase the family's qualifying income for childcare. So it's to increase the eligibility for this particular program through DES to above 250% of the federal poverty level. It's two prongs, either that or continue to offer the monthly grants to licensed childcare providers to offset the non-qualifying families' tuition cost. So one of the issues is that for some families, they fell in a gap. Some families made too much to qualify for the assistance grants, but then too little to afford the cost of childcare. So they were in this gap where they basically couldn't qualify for assistance and also couldn't qualify for the care. So the recommended solution from Health and Human Services is this idea, which is to increase that qualifying income for childcare assistance through the Department of Economic Security to above 250%, or to offer those monthly grants to licensed childcare providers to continue that. And so this would allow for affordable childcare, and then it would also help these families support childcare, which has economic implications. As part of this, just to note, it would be a fiscal impact just because part of this was offered due to federal assistance and the federal dollars that offered an infusion to be able to offer these monthly grants. But as part of that, this could potentially implicate additional state funding, which means it might be a state budgetary request. As a reminder, we do have a new legislature, which is coming, which will be sworn in January. And so we could see, anywhere from 20 to 40 new legislators, right? It'll be a huge new class of freshman legislators, meaning there will be new committees appointed for this particular legislature. So that means that legislators will be appointed to new committees. You won't have President Karen Fann and Speaker Rusty Bowers. You'll have a different speaker, you'll have a different president, and then you will have different committee assignments as well as different committee leadership assignments. So we'll have new appropriations chairs in both committees. And as part of this particular proposal, we would need to be able to get their support as we offer this for renewal or to continue this past the June 2023 date. Madam Chair, supervisors, also on the call, in case there are questions from Health and Human Services, is Health and Human Services Director Kim Musselman. So I would also just note that if you had any questions for Kim, she's also available. And so with that, Madam Chair, that's the DES Child Care Assistance proposal, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Members of the board, any questions on this proposal?
Madam Chair, if I could.
Supervisor Ryan.
So Trey and Kim, has there been outreach to the other counties and a desire from the other counties to move forward with this as well?
Supervisor Ryan, not yet. So when we submit this to CSA by August 15th, that is when CSA staff is going to then do an analysis of the proposal. And that is when it would be introduced to other counties through that format. However, I will defer to Kim because I know that she has her own groups that she works in the public health area.
Yeah,
so I would defer to her as well.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. All right.
Hey, Kim.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us.
You bet. Good, I guess, evening now, Chair Horstman, Supervisor Ryan, members of the board. Thank you for the question. So as you all are aware, we have kind of multiple groups because we are HHS, so we are Health and Human Services. So while we have a health officers group, many of the other counties don't also do the human services side of things. I mean, they have other, they do the work, but they're in different departments. So we will be reaching out to them as we get those opportunities through our different organizations. And I will be asking the health officers as well to be to take some action. But we have had conversations with many of our child care providers. And as we've been working on our community health improvement plan, certainly, obviously the cost of living, all of those things, and housing being a huge issue, these are some ways in which there are some potential remedies to help our communities afford all the other things that they need to live if they can also afford childcare. So we're just really looking for every avenue that we can. And I think that this is something that has a real good likelihood of getting some traction, and especially with all of your assistance. But we will do our level best as well through our groups, and also rallying some of our action groups, not just at the county level, but also at our municipal levels as well, I think is really important.
All right, thank you, Kim. Yeah, because what I'm thinking about associated with this is a lot of times y'all start talking to each other and you're already moving in that direction of, yeah, this makes sense. If our boards get behind it, it would be good to work as a coalition to do that. So as I'm thinking about the CSA process, Trey, and the dynamics that happen with it, once, maybe we're asking for an appropriation, but there's a budget element with it. Where it'll fit in terms of priority, in terms of CSA, I could see this falling into, a lot of times we capture administrative pieces, but budgetary pieces, and we can present it, as an opportunity, see how it plays out with the rest of the counties on it, and then maybe get it categorized into one of those areas if it doesn't rise up to a priority level. But we could bring it forward so that it gets traction with the CSA itself, and could be a working element of priorities that come out of it.
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. I agree with you. I think we should present this I have a feeling that we will have support. And obviously this is an important element for so many families, especially here in the rural part of Arizona, where we have a high percentage of those right there in the poverty, various poverty lines. And this is something to really help, something we can do to truly help our communities. So I think we should proceed and advocate for this, and hopefully bring other counties on board with this. So I really appreciate you bringing this forward, and thank you, Kim, for your advocacy on this as well. And any other comments and questions from the board?
Thank you.
Well, everybody is speechless, I guess. So,
Madam Chair,
yes, Supervisor Begay.
I was trying to unmute myself. I also support this. I think, if we're going to help our communities at the local level, I think this is something that we really can do and really support it to ensure that, people that need the help and are qualified to get this tuition costs or whatever childcare assistance through DES, and for them so that they can continue with it, because we're not out of the woods with the COVID-19. So it's something that is really needed right now, because I know some families whose kids caught COVID, and it really the kids have to stay home, and then vice versa. The kids have to be in school, and the family or adult may not be able to assist them. So it's kind of hard, and I think in this way it's going to be visible, and we would have to really push for the support. And I think CSA will be willing to listen to us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, and I keep forgetting. Thank you, to turn myself off mute. Thank you, Supervisor Brigade. Yes, please, Supervisor Ryan.
So Trey, I'm interested because a lot of times these are dialogues as we move forward with these things. Do you see any barriers associated with that?
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Anytime you're making a state budgetary request, that's always a barrier in and of itself, right?
Yeah.
In that it depends on the revenue picture for the state. It depends on this new legislature and what for instance, the new legislative leadership, not knowing who the speaker will be, not knowing who the president will be, and those priorities. We're very much in a transition stage. And so we're also in just a realignment of politics, and over the past 2 years, the outcomes are not just what they used to be, right? So in terms of the legislative environment taking this into it, it's a fiscal issue, so that does create some potential barriers. However, there's also opportunities because this speaks to, just like the cost of housing, the cost of childcare, I think is something that families and individuals know all too well, especially at the legislature. So it has a high capacity to gain bipartisan support. Even if we don't get the appropriation, even if it's not successful, it allows Coconino County to build those relationships with this new legislature and to achieve something, like Chair Horstman said, to help our residents and to help the families in our areas. So the only barrier I would see, of course, is there's never enough money. There's too much stuff to do and never enough money. So that will be a barrier.
Or the other opportunity would be you don't get the allocation, but DES, plays around with their budget as well. So, yeah.
Indeed. And Supervisor Ryan, I'm remiss if I don't also mention the governor, which is a huge influence on how DES. So, I mean, there's a chasm between the gubernatorial candidates. So on how things will be run. So the DES director under a potential Governor Lake is going to be a lot different than a DES director under Governor Hobbs, right? And so that's, if we have a Governor Lake, there's, again, we haven't asked her, or we don't know who she's going to put in charge of that. So it's hard to say. Maybe there's an opportunity there. Maybe childcare is an issue that she cares about and wants to support, right? And then we also make an inroad with the new gubernatorial administration. But that's very much up in the air. And like you said, there's opportunities there as well, just as much as there are barriers.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. I see no further hands up, so why don't we go move along here, Trey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next slide, Gregory, and we'll get through these. The last slides we'll get through quickly. Famous last words. I thought that I could get you out in 30 minutes, and here we are coming up on an hour. So this next one is not a proposal that was submitted for the board to submit to CSA. This is a proposal that deals with statewide pretrial services and really just seeks to provide a better infrastructure statewide for funding pretrial services. So pretrial services are information that is gathered during at the beginning of adjudication. So when someone is arrested and charged and they are awaiting trial, the court at that point has a number of decision points before it, and they don't always have the information they need to make those decisions as they address that particular defendant. And so what pretrial services are meant to do is they're meant to provide critical and timely information to the court, because the biggest decision the court makes is the risk of the individual defendant as they are providing pretrial services. And so what those services do is it allows the courts to do that assessment. And those pretrial services are a low-cost alternative to incarcerating the individual. So it's really critical that those services are well funded for the courts, because if the courts don't have the resources to fund, as we all know, you get what you pay for. So if they don't have those funds in place, they can't necessarily conduct the kind of pretrial services they need to, number one, operate the court system, but then also to carry out justice for the defendant and victims. So that what this proposal is seeking to do, next slide, is it is seeking to fund the pretrial services so that it is funded statewide. Right now, pretrial services are determined by county. So the state offers a floor, and then counties can fund above that floor, which Coconino County does fund. We offer a variety of pretrial services, which we fund above the floor that the state sets. But as you all know, that falls onto the county taxpayer, and we can't, as a local government, necessarily tax our way out of this particular issue. And so what they would like to do is they would like to propose to the administrative office of the courts a state budgetary request, similar to the last one. And so this has been communicated to the administrative office of the courts through adult probation. Those discussions are ongoing. I just wanted the board to be aware that this conversation is happening, and that at this point it will be an issue for the administrative office of the courts to consider. They have their own process that they carry out through the judicial branch to propose a budget to the state. And so as part of that, they are considering a proposal to fund statewide pretrial services in a fashion that would set, it's basically raising the floor, right? If you have, certain counties fund it more than others, what this is going to do is it's kind of taking that volume of water, if you will, to use a metaphor, and it's pouring more water there so that it rises up, so that all the boats are rising a little bit higher, right? So that there is adequate statewide funding for pretrial services. Madam Chair, supervisors, also on the call is Sarah Douthit, who is the Chief Adult Probation Officer. And she's also offered to be available should you have any questions in this particular area. I'm also happy to answer questions. Thank you.
And I don't have any questions on this. We'll see if other board members do, other than, obviously this is something of importance for our community, and just keep us informed as this goes forward. So it doesn't sound like at this time there's anything we can do or even promote at this time. So just keep us informed as this proceeds forward. Any other comments or questions from the rest of the board? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
I support the intent, but again, as you had noted, Madam Chair and Trey, it's an area that as this comes out through AOC, we want to be prepared to pivot and advocate for.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments.
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I also support, and also, I think we really need to advocate on this on behalf of the initiative here. And I'm just with the both of you, so I just want to let that be known. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, then please, Trey, let's proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair Gregory. Next slide. So now, Madam Chair, if it's okay with you, I'm going to turn it over to Gregory Nelson, who is our Public Affairs Manager in the Public Affairs Office, and he is going to present on the 2023 Legislative Priority Recommendations. Before I turn it over to Greg, I want to make clear that we are ahead of the game on this. So by no means does the board have to decide any of these priorities. I wanted to bring these to you in August so that as we go through the fall and the winter, you can evaluate these and determine how you want. I know that these have been used in years previous as well. So this is the beginning of the process to update these priorities so that they reflect the priorities of this Board of Supervisors as we go into 2023, 2024, and 2025. So Greg, I will turn it over to you now.
Thank you, Trey. Thank you, Madam Chair, for having me today. I'm going to try to go through this quite quickly. I know we have quite a busy meeting, so I'll stop after each section. So basically, we've had some general principles at play. Overall state principles that we've used is maximizing state revenues, increasing flexibility for the county, and lessening the impact of adverse state policies on county costs and decision-making authority. And then also for our overall state policies, We've opposed proposals that would impose new unfunded mandates, including those that don't allow for the Board of Supervisors authority to vary the implementation guidelines. We've opposed the transfer of state funds programs from the state to counties unless program control and flexibility is shifted and adequate state funding is guaranteed. So opposing unfunded mandates, those types of things. And we've supported proposals that would provide local governments with greater decision-making capacity over the use of state funds. So these are some of the overall pieces, and I'll pause there for any feedback.
You know, and I think we can probably, you know, move ahead and then people, if board members would like to make comments, feel free, just kind of raise your hands. I just quickly, I'm sure that I speak for the whole board in that we certainly believe in maximizing state revenues, increasing the flexibility for the county, and lessening the impact of adverse state policies on county costs and decision-making authority. So I think you got us all there. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll continue. I'll move forward, and please just interrupt me if we need to stop and pause. Thank you. So just to continue overall state policies, we've opposed proposals which would impose new unfunded mandates on the county, unfunded mandates unless they promote a higher priority. We've supported budgetary authority for the Board of Supervisors, and we've opposed policies that have attempted to remove that. In terms of county administration, we've supported legislation that promotes, enhances the powers and duties of the board in carrying out and implementing state policy, as well as supporting legislation that clarifies the tax treatment and regulation of short-term vacation rentals to enhance tax parity and community equity. And we've also supported local control for the board when structuring and implementing state policy. So in terms of the environmental protection and health, we've some general tenets here: supporting abandoned uranium mine cleanup, including enhanced federal funding to remediate contaminated uranium mines. We've supported permanently banning uranium development in the Grand Canyon and its surrounding area, such as the Grand Canyon Protection Act. We've also supported funding and policy goals to address climate change and investments in renewable energy sources. In terms of forest restoration, this is slightly different than what was provided. We've developed another tenet here, but supporting forest restoration as a critical pathway to reduce the risk of the county's #1 public safety threat, wildfire and post-wildfire flooding. Thank you, Lucinda, for making sure we made that explicit. We've also supported forest restoration and biomass initiatives, including promoting forest health with pre-disaster mitigation and restoration-based thinning, supported the creation of economic development programs and incentives to draw timber and logging industry back into the Northern Arizona region to promote profitability with our key industry partners in restoration. We've supported state funding to promote and expedite building of wood products industry in regions with low to no value timber, such as ours, where the price of the restored acre is greater than the value of the timber. And that's to prevent or reduce catastrophic wildfire and post-wildfire flooding, something that's all too familiar for us this year and previous years. And we've supported rulemaking by the Arizona Corporation Commission and action by the state legislature to support and incentivize biomass energy facilities as a critical way to address the biomass bottleneck. So just moving forward here, economic development, we've supported funding of an expansion of rural broadband for the region, including leveraging state and federal funds. Supported economic development proposals for the joint land use study, now known as the compatible use study, including development of the 3,000 acres at Camp Navajo that were transferred from federal control to the State Department of Emergency Management and Military Affairs. We've supported policies that promote economic resiliency for local and small businesses, including business incubators, and support and invest in the Navajo Generating Station Economic Development Alliance to transition from a coal-reliant community economy to a viable and sustainable economy, including Congressman O'Halloran's new Promise Act that's been introduced. On the health and human services side, We've supported policies and proposed legislation that enhances and bolsters the county's COVID response, including policies that promote vaccination, outreach, and incentives for underserved communities, workplace safety and mitigation, enhanced testing and investigations, and contact tracing, all key critical tools to address the pandemic, and funding to address state and local government response, as we're the first line agency in the response. We've also supported policies that enhance and promote collaboration and responding to COVID-19, and then promoting mental health and substance use disorder treatment and criminal justice reform. And on the justice and public safety piece, we've supported funding and policy goals that enhance cybersecurity measures to promote local government and citizens' data protection. And we've supported funding and policy goals to protect voting systems and technologies from malicious or foreign interference. We've also supported an increase in indigent defense funding. On the elections management side, we've supported funding and policy goals that enhance voter access and participation in our elections administered by the county. And we've supported funding and policy goals that promote election security measures and protect the integrity of our elections and critical infrastructure, while also supporting policies that enhance outreach and participation with voters in underserved communities, and supported policies and proposals that respond to and counteract election disinformation and sabotage. And then on the emergency management side, we've supported enhanced state emergency management funding for local government, something that we're all too familiar with this year. And on the transportation side, we've supported funding and policy goals that enhance transportation in greater Arizona, particularly our rural communities. And we've supported policy that seeks a long-term revenue solution for the gas tax as alternative fuel vehicles reduce the highway user revenue fund base and are going to become the future of our transportation systems moving forward. And we've supported policy that ensures the sustainability and solvency of HERF into the future. So those are just some of the general tenets that we've used in the past to inform our legislative priorities, especially as public affairs engages in advocacy down at the Capitol, defending bills that hurt our interests, and then helping to advance bills that support these tenets. So I'll pause there. This is the end of our presentation for any questions or discussions. Thank you, Director Williams, for the opportunity to present. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Gregory. We appreciate your thorough overview and stating our legislative priorities and recommendations that have been the priorities for Board of Supervisors here for some time, and appreciate that. And I know as things go forward in this legislative session, we will be voicing our approval or disapproval of various pieces of legislation consistent with these principles. So thank you, Gregory. Really appreciate that this afternoon. And other comments? It looks like Supervisor Ryan is ready.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, these are guidance. As you go into it, sometimes decisions are placed before us in the various committees associated with legislation. And rather than off the cuff, if we're consistent with our guidelines and policies, it helps us stay consistent with our decisions that are practical. The one question that I have, we usually have a top 5 that CSA is going forward with. What are the discussions associated with it, the broader pieces that they will come forward with?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, we do not know that yet. So
okay.
Their proposal deadline is the 15th. And then in their schedule, their initial presentation of the proposals they received, meaning that's when we'll be able to tell what's out there and then get the CSA's staff feedback on the number of proposals they've received and kind of their top 5 areas they're seeing. That they've informed us that will happen at the County Managers Association meeting in August, which I think is like August 19th or it's either the end of next week or the beginning of the week after that. And that's when we'll get the first preview of the proposal CSA has received.
Okay, and where I'm going with this is we'll probably come forward with similar proposals, like the long-term funding of transportation, unless the influx of money from the feds offsets that. conversation for a year or so, but similarly, what were the wins last year versus what do we need to keep working on? But not there yet, but knowing that, that's kind of helpful for us as we go into this as well. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Trey.
Thank you. Other comments from members of the board?
Sure. I'd just like to say, appreciate the presentation from both and giving the update coming into the new legislative season, giving us an idea of what we need to focus on. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Other comments from members of the board? All right, seeing none. Anything else, County Manager, you may have on this, or Gregory or Trey?
Not on our end, Madam Chair. We're good on the topic for the work session item. So thank you.
Thanks. Anything further that you have, Trey or Gregory?
Just one thing I wanted to note, Madam Chair, from Supervisor Ryan, when you talk, I do anticipate, we still don't have a long-term funding solution for transportation. So I do anticipate that to still be a topic of conversation at CSA, right? That's still going to be an issue there. That hasn't been solved. The court system issue, right? We know that was something that some counties have been interested in which they'd like to see the state fund more the courts, like fund more of the court system and help counties out in that regard. That wasn't fully addressed, right? So that could be another area that comes back this next year. And then also another area, Supervisor Ryan, is probation officer salaries and how to deal with raises for probation officers, and how much, if a county offers a raise, how much should the state fund of that raise for probation officers? That has not been conclusively addressed to certain counties' satisfaction either. So, and AOC has indicated to our adult probation that they're still thinking about that and working with the legislature on a long-term approach. So, you talk about those top fives as we were wrapping up. I thought, well, those weren't addressed. So I wanted to mention those to you, that I anticipate those to come back up during CSA because they weren't addressed this last legislative session. So thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair, to offer that.
Thank you, Trey. And members of the board, if there are no further comments on this, I believe that it concludes our special session. If there are no other comments or questions with regards to this, then at this time, we'll stand adjourned until our regular session this evening at 6 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you, Trey. Thank you, Gregory. Really appreciate your help and your input on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Audio check. Hello? Can you hear me? Madam Chair? Can you hear me? Let's see if this is the right one. Hello, can you hear me? Lindsay?
Supervisor
Hello?
Fowler, is that you?
Lindsay, can you hear me?
Supervisor Fowler? I can't hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me, Lindsay?
Supervisor Fowler, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Does this work?
Supervisor Fowler? Can you hear me?
Lena, can you hear us?
I'm gonna.
Okay, is somebody checking to see if they can help Supervisor Fowler? It seems like she may be having some problems with her computer. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, Chair Horseman. I think Supervisor Fowler left the building and is somewhere else.
Okay, I'm sorry. That explains it. I thought she was right. I actually thought I heard her just a few minutes ago. So, and then I also don't see any other board members on here. So Sarah Benatar said she can hear me. Thank you, Sarah. And I don't see any other board members.
No, we got about 5 more minutes, so they may be trickling in.
Okay.
Supervisor Fowler, can you hear us?
Yes. Can
There
you?
you go. We can hear you.
All right. When they work, it's great.
Success.
Oh, something may be going on with yours, Supervisor Ryan. Can you test that again?
Supervisor Ryan, can you test your mic? Supervisor Ryan, I don't know if you can hear us. You're on mute.
Can you see me?
Yeah, and
Okay. Oh, got it to work.
we can hear and see you now. That's
All right. Okay. Well, I'm in the meeting now.
I don't know if we're doing that. Supervisor Ryan is I see Judy.
Yeah, I've
I'm
just.
here.
All right, and Supervisor Ryan, we can see you, we cannot hear you.
Supervisor Ryan, you are not muted, but we can't seem to hear you if you want to test your mic. Okay, I don't see Vice Chair Vasquez just yet.
Yeah, I don't either.
Lindsay, I did text Supervisor Ryan and asked him to test his mic.
I had the wrong headphones on.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. We appreciate it.
Oh, those technical difficulties.
Yeah, that human guy in there, you know.
Good thing I don't have those issues.
Indeed.
Sounds like a tall tale to me.
It's usually the operator.
That'd be me. Guilty.
Well, I see it's 6:02, and we do have a quorum. I do think we're missing Supervisor, a Vice Chair, is that correct? But we do have a quorum, so why don't we get going? Hopefully he'll be joining us here in just a minute.
He's here.
Oh,
He just joined.
Great. All right. And good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. It is now just after 6 o'clock, and it's a time for our regular session. We had most of July. We did have a special meeting, and so it's good to be back here with my colleagues and also with the community and our staff back to our regular schedule for our board meetings. We have today a call to order. My name is Patrice Horseman. I'm the chair of the board and the supervisor for District 1, District 2.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair. Thank you.
District 3.
And Matt Ryan with District 3. Happy to be here. Good evening.
In District 4.
This is Judy Begay, supervisor for District 4. Thank you.
Good to have you with us. District 5.
I'm Lena Fowler, District 5 supervisor, and I do not have computer issues.
I love that. We
No.
can hear and see you.
The last meeting, board lock meeting, I was just struggling with my computer. Got it figured out, so I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you. And next on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. So for those that can, please stand, and our clerk will put up the flag and also the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I thank you so much. And next on our agenda, on our regular meeting, is a call to the public. And members of the public, now is the time for you to address the governing board for issues that are not on the agenda. If you have questions, concerns, etc., for items that are not on the agenda, now is your time to be able to address the Board of Supervisors. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And of course, this is an open public meeting. We ask that you remain respectful in your comments. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly, our clerk of the Board of Supervisors, to explain to you, members of the public, on how you can address us here at our board meeting. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment during this public comment portion of the meeting, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover towards the bottom. And it says raise hand and it looks like a hand. If you click on that, it will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
All right, thanks, Lindsay. And members of the public, now is the time. Please contact us.
And at this time, there are no hands raised.
Thank you. And this is a second call, final call. Members of the public, now is the time for the call to the public. You've been told how you can access our board meeting. So you can address the Board of Supervisors. So please, if you have comments, please give us a call.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
All right, thank you so much, Clerk Daly. And we are now then proceeding with our agenda. And members of the public and members of the board, we are now here at 1A. This is a recognition of Miranda Morales for her work, years of work, with Supervisor Lena Fowler in District 5 as she transitions to a new position here in Coconino County with Public Works. And with that, and with everyone's permission, I would like to turn this over to Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, and thank you, Miranda, for joining us. And I'm Lena Fowler, Coconino County Supervisor, and I've just had the fortune and most absolute fun and productive 10 years with this young lady, Miranda Morales. You know, as elected officials, you wonder how in the world are they doing so much, and it's our staff that really help us, not only just our district staff, but also our county manager and all of the county staff and their various expertise and their roles that they play, and they all help us in various ways. But Miranda and I were absolutely tied at the hip, so to speak. She does most detail, the most efficient, and just a whiz with computers and everything else. She has helped District 5 residents, as well as the county, Navajo Nation, the state, and at the national level. She is just absolutely amazing. She's so positive and so everything is, she doesn't know what you can't do. She doesn't know what that is. She will tackle it and get it done. She comes up with an idea and we say, okay, we're running with it. Like the example of free tax. When she started doing taxes on her own, and she asked one day if she could do maybe take Fridays off and use the office to be able to, the Tuba City office, to prepare taxes for people who really need to have their taxes done. Well, we just took that on as a Tuba City free tax and a VITA program, and we partnered with United Way, Navajo Way, and anybody that needed taxes done, we helped them through. And our county manager, Steve Peru, was there at the time and absolutely helped us. So, all these projects are all of teamwork. And we've done the Colorado Plateau Economic Development Conference. We started that together. It's because NGS shut down, and we decided we need to transition into a new economy. We also have been working with the law enforcement, networking, and there's so many others that we have started, and they're keep rolling. Or do we do the court in Tuba City quarterly? She's been working with counties across the just the different departments across the board. And when it comes to taxes, Fredonia just absolutely loves Miranda. She has special clients that she helps on an annual basis. So I just want to thank her, and I want to have the county and our residents and the board just help us to thank Miranda. And it's such a good transition having her go to Public Works and being able to help in Public Works. She continues her public service. She is a true public servant, and I just want to thank her, and gonna really miss her. We worked together for 10 years, so that's a really long time. And I'm hoping that Lori Scott will be able to join us. She's with my office as a district director now, and L'Oreal Scott was with my office 10 years ago. She actually helped me to interview Miranda when her and others that applied. So she's returned. She left 10 years ago to go back to school for her graduate, and she's completed that, and she worked in the school system as a counselor. And I was very surprised that when I told her that I was going to be needing someone, when she decided she wanted to come back to the county. But she really enjoys working at the county, and I'm sure many of you will already know her. So I want to just thank Miranda, and maybe she can say a few words, and anybody else that want to say a few words about Miranda, I think this might be a really good time to do so. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, and for those wonderful words for Miranda. And Miranda, I just want to also thank you so much. Just in the time that I've been here on the board, you have been extremely helpful. I've gone through a couple district directors, and you've been right there helping and assisting and helping to make the folks here working with me, and quite frankly for the county, the best they can be. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you for your commitment to Coconino County. You're staying on with us. That's a very good sign. And again, thank you so much for your service. Really appreciate it. So, and other members, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to say thank you, Miranda, for all your hard work. It's been a fun ride during the time I've been on the board with you, and I appreciate all your support and help and guidance in the times when myself and Narina were a little lost at times. You really helped us out, and just wish you the best of luck and fortune moving forward in your new adventures, and just grateful for everything that you did over these last 10 years with Supervisor Fowler. Thank you.
Thank you. Others would like to, their Supervisor Ryan.
Oh, absolutely. I can't let Miranda get out of here without saying anything. Miranda, it's been really good working with you. Loved everything you've done. You always brought a positive attitude. I've watched you grow, and you're quite the professional. But always a good offline interaction with you as well. And to see you grow into a new position, that's wonderful. You know, I'm glad you're staying with the county. Don't be a stranger. And my gosh, you had to help Lena out. What Lena said is right. You know, we, as far as our now district directors, executive assistants, what used to be called, you are a right hand, and you do a lot of work, and certainly it didn't go unnoticed. You've done an excellent job, and I'm glad you're staying with us, Miranda. And every once in a while I see you on Facebook and food and stuff like that too. All right, thank you.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
You're muted, Madam Chair.
I've been saying Supervisor Begay, but nobody heard me. Supervisor Begay. I'm a little rusty. You can tell we had July mostly off.
Oh, Miranda, thank you so much for helping Alina and with as a board of supervisor. And we do need a lot of help here and there. And anytime that, people needed help, you were always there with smiles, and you always say, how can I help you? Can I help you? And you just took your own initiative to do things. And I have a lot of respect for you, and I know that you'll do well in the job, any job that you go into, because you are a dedicated worker and that, you're always there as a public servant. Yes, you have to be out all the time, and, you watch out for everyone, that you're with and around. So I just want to say thank you so much for helping. And then it's nice that you're going to Public Works, and at least we know where we can find you, if anything. But I know Lena's going to be lost, but she'll say, Miranda, where are you? Miranda, where are you? So I just want to say thank you. You're greatly a great asset to the Board of Supervisors, I think, as a whole, in some capacities. So I just want to say thank you, Miranda.
Thank you. And Miranda, would you like to say a few words? And then there may be some other, I should say before we go there, I'm going to ask if members of the staff, because I see that our county manager is also bubbled up here. So let me do that. And then Miranda, at the end of that, we'll turn it over to you. So county manager.
Oh, just real quickly, Madam Chair and members of the board, certainly want to echo the sentiments of positive sentiments. And, for us at the county, and as you've noticed, we've had a lot of staff that have been shifting back and forth from one department to another. And it truly is part of I'm gratified that occurs, because the opportunity for individuals to stay with the county for as long as they wish to is truly part of my fabric here at the county in supporting the board and the organization. And so I really support Miranda's career path and all the work that she's done with Supervisor Fowler, but also all of the skills that have been created over those 10 years have really positioned Miranda and many of our other employees that have transitioned from different roles within the county to just hop on that career path to take them to the places where they can really do even more and greater things. So we really appreciate it and look forward to working with you, Miranda, at Public Works. So thank you. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you. Any other members of the staff like to say a few words?
Yeah, we have, all sorts of people on the panel.
All right, we have Deputy County Manager Sue Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Miranda, I've enjoyed every minute of this 10 years. Thank you for everything. You are a consummate professional, and your achievements are vast. Supervisor Fowler was listed some of them, but certainly not all of them, because they are vast. I'm also excited for you at Public Works and for the folks there, because I think you bring a terrific amount of experience, and again, just a consummate professionalism that we are so proud of here at the county. So congrats and thank you.
All right, any other comments from staff?
Madam Chair, I think the Sheriff Driscoll is interested in speaking.
All right.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you. Miranda, you have been an absolute pleasure to work with over these years. And you've always been that go-to person. And I think we're looking just as forward to working with you at Public Works, and wish you the best. And if we can ever do anything for you, please let us know. But thank you again.
Thank you, Sheriff. Other staff members? Lindsay Daly.
I also just wanted to thank Miranda, as I've been working with her for so many years now, and she's become a great colleague and a good friend. And I just really appreciate her effort and dedication in helping the citizens of District 5, along with Supervisor Fowler, on issues that affect District 5 citizens specifically, that can be unique when looking at it from across the county. And I'm so excited that you got a great opportunity with Public Works, and we're always here for you to support you. And I just look forward to you bringing your skills over there to assist with Public Works Department as well.
All right, anyone else? Oh, Gregory Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Miranda, I just wanted to say thank you for all your mentorship and help when I was in the district office for Supervisor Ryan. Echo everything that's been said. You were incredibly welcoming to me. You trained me. You provided me opportunities to learn and you were a calming presence in the office and helped everyone. So just want to recognize you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Gregory. So, all right, anyone else? If not, we're going to turn this over to Miranda Morales. You got a lot of love here tonight, Miranda.
Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. And it's been an emotional roller coaster, to say. I do truly value the work that I've done with District 5 and with Supervisor Lena Fowler. She's a remarkable leader, especially for our Navajo people. And I started calling her Vision. It's part of the Marvel characters where she can literally see beyond what we see and see the future sometimes. And sometimes her vision is really hard to take. But, when we work together and have a really great team, not just her and I, but with their county staff and our partners and the network that we have built over the years, anything is truly possible. And so I am just so fortunate to have 10 years of work under her, and I've truly grown. I started off in her office as a receptionist and admin spec 2, and then I was promoted to an executive assistant, and then we recalled ourselves the district directors. And I'm also very, very grateful to my fellow district directors with the previous administration, and then with the current. The one thing that I truly love about Coconino County is our love for one another and to support one another, and how we are so much as a family to where we don't let another person fall. We always have someone there to catch us and to help us and to support us. And so recently, I just think back to June when I had COVID for the second time, and Lena had a big meeting of 75 people, and the county manager staff, especially Nicole Hanani, stepped in to support, well, in my absence. And I had a lot of anxiety, but it was able to be put off with such huge success. And I'm very appreciative of everyone's support, and thankful for this opportunity to grow. I'm growing in my life. I'm calling this Miranda 3.0. I need to relocate to Flagstaff to I've been single for many years, and I'm in a relationship where I'm growing to that too. And I want to spend more time with my new family and be closer to them, and then to also take on new opportunities. Life is about growth, and I'm so thankful for the support of the board, and especially Supervisor Fowler and the county manager's office. So thank you so much. And then I also want to thank my family. My mother is on Zoom with us today, and she has been a great inspiration to me, and she has raised her children to be dedicated and hardworking. And so I attribute a lot of my characteristics and especially my professionalism to her. She was my career and technical education teacher in high school, and she's the one that instilled my work ethic, my resume, and to go above and beyond. And so I really appreciate everything that she's done for me as well. So thank you, Mom. And that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Miranda. We know you'll still be part of the Coconino County family, so I'm sure we'll see you around. So any final comments, Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, board, and all the staff. I want to just thank Miranda. She says she's grown, but I've grown as well. She's taught me a lot, and together we were able to learn and figure out how to do this idea that we just came up with. And those ideas are just, we have a long list of projects that we juggle, and really enjoy her, and we've become very close and a good friend. And anytime I need her and she needs me, we're there for each other, and we're gonna do that with same. Well, we'll be this. We're like that with Lori as well. So it's just really nice that she's able to come back, and we'll be able to be working with her again. So thank you so much. Thank you, Miranda. Hojongonana.
All right. Well, thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And thank you again, Miranda. So with that, we're going to move on with the agenda. We have even more recognitions here this evening. And the next one that we have is a consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating August 13th, 2022 as Jim Babbitt Day to honor the life, impact, and memory of Jim Babbitt. And I know many of us have had a great pleasure of knowing Jim for many years and have worked with him professionally as well, in knowing he and Helene and what wonderful community members they are. And one of those is our county manager himself, Steve Peru. And Steve, would you please read the proclamation from the Board of Supervisors?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be honored to honor our friend Jim Babbitt. Proclamation designating August 13th, 2022 as Jim Babbitt Day to honor his life, impact, and memory. Whereas in recognition of the life, impact, and memory of Flagstaff native son and local historian Jim Babbitt, and whereas Jim Babbitt gave a lifetime of service to Flagstaff and Greater Coconino County, which included managing the Babbitt Brothers trading posts throughout northern Arizona, preserving Flagstaff's historic downtown, advocating for sustainability and the environment, and preserving the history and pioneering spirit of this place that 3 generations of Babbitts have called home. And whereas his deep roots and love of Flagstaff, the Grand Canyon, and the Colorado Plateau meant a lifetime of stewardship of its lands, trails, and wilderness. And whereas his enthusiastic embrace of the people and many cultures of Coconino County included a dedication to Native American arts, the establishment of the Viola Awards, and continued service on numerous boards and commissions, including the Grand Canyon Trust, the Grand Canyon Conservancy, F Cubed, and the Museum of Northern Arizona. And whereas Jim Babbitt promoted his passion to preserve, celebrate, and educate others on the history, culture, and peoples of our community and region by making countless historical presentations to many groups and authored a number of books of interest. And whereas Jim Babbitt could always be counted on to be a caring, genuine, and authentic friend. And whereas Jim Babbitt's vision of making Coconino County the best it can be lives on in each of us who he has touched through his stories, books, passionate advocacy, and his life's example. Madam Chair.
Now therefore, be it resolved by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors in recognition of Jim Babbitt's life and commitment to make Coconino County the best it can be, hereby declares that Saturday, August 13th, 2022, will be named Jim Babbitt Day in honor of his life, his impact, and his legacy. Signed and sealed this 9th day of August, 2022 by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. And what I'd like to do, if we can, is to have a motion and a second, and then we'll take comments, and then we'll go ahead and vote on that. So do I have a motion to designate August 13th, 2022 as Jim Babbitt Day per the proclamation?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make that motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan, a second by Supervisor Fowler. And before we vote on this, I'm going to go ahead and give an opportunity for our board members to be heard on this. Anybody like to go first?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and go first. So there's so much that could be said about Jim Babbitt and how he participated in this community. A lot of efforts, as you note, the board as well, he helped create some of them. And it was always in the interest of making this community better. And his care for the environment, absolutely, phenomenal. It's bred into the rest of the community in terms of our visions And you can't say enough of all the efforts and his care and his commitment and his involvement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Madam Chair, yes, thank you. I worked with Jim for over 20 years on trying to restore buildings in Tuba City. He was our statutory agent for the Tuba City cultural projects. And as you all know, we saved one building, which is the county library. And we did many presentations throughout. He helped me to put together the Historic Preservation Week. He used to hold that. And he came and he would tell his stories, and he would team up with Lyndall Cornelison, who grew up in the Tuba City Trading Post, and we would have all these stories, historic built stories, and just how life was back then, herding the sheep all the way to the to Winslow and putting them on the train. There were so many stories that we were so fortunate to hear from him and to learn, and also just really his dedication to our group, a very small group who worked and volunteered to really restore buildings. And we're all still working on it today as a board, the abandoned buildings by the federal government. And he has such passion for historic buildings, and I really learned a lot from him. And so it is, he did love Flagstaff, but at the same time, his reach was far beyond Flagstaff. So I just want to thank you for bringing this proclamation, and I really enjoyed working with him. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any others? Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I'm honored to provide a little statement regarding the proclamation here on behalf of designating August 13th as Jim Babbitt Day. A lot of people on the reservation has known him, and he's always out and about, and they knew who he was and what he was about, to preserve and celebrate and really educate other people about the history, the cultures that the people of the community and the regions were tied to. So I just want to say he's known, and he was always caring and always friendly and smiling and helping the people of all walks of life. So I just want to say thank you for this proclamation, and thank you to my fellow board members, for considering this to be approved as a proclamation. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Sure, thank you. I just want to take this opportunity to recognize the proclamation for Mr. Babbitt and all his contributions to Flagstaff and his family. It's a great opportunity for them to be recognized and for those contributions to our local area. So I'm grateful and thankful for the opportunity for this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. And just adding to what everybody else has said, you just couldn't be in Flagstaff without knowing Jim Babbitt, quite frankly. He was such an outspoken, passionate soul for not only Flagstaff, but really greater Coconino County. His love of Coconino County, the Grand Canyon, the Colorado Plateau, I mean, it just knew no bounds. And I am very, very pleased to designate August 13 as Jim Babbitt Day. And it's been a very, very great pleasure to have known him and to continue to work with Helene and to continue for so many of his wonderful, passionate activities, to continue to work on those as well. And I know many of us will continue his memory and continue his work as we move forward here in Flagstaff and in Coconino County. So,
Madam Chair, if I could add one quick story. So not many people can proudly say that they've been the focus of a letter to the editor by Jim Babbitt, because you just never knew. And I was fortunate enough to be the focus of a letter to the editor that he wrote to the editor of the Daily Sun back in 2006 or 7. But it was a letter to the editor congratulating me on being chosen. county manager back then, but it was also a congratulations and the thanks to the Board of Supervisors for hiring local and to look locally for our talent before we do national searches. And so I was really honored to be the subject of a letter to the editor by Jim Babbitt, because not everyone can say.
Well, or not everyone could say they were subject to a letter to the editor by Jim Babbitt and smile about it. That's the other.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was an honor. Thank you. And thank you for letting me read it. It was an honor to be able to read the proclamation.
Thank you very much, County Manager. And we have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor of declaring August 13 as Jim Babbitt Day and to present this proclamation in honor of his life, impact, and memory to Helene Babbitt, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So this coming Saturday will be Jim Babbitt Day, and thank you all. And I know that the family will be very honored that he is being remembered by us in this fashion. So thank you. So let's move on. We now, members of the public and members of the board, we now are at a time for the consent agenda. These are matters, and there's a lot of them. These are matters that are considered by the Board of Supervisors to be routine or administrative in nature, and these may be enacted by a single motion. However, because they're routine and because they are by a single motion, there'll be no discussion on these unless we, the board members, choose to have individual discussions on these, in which case we will remove them from the consent agenda, and these will be decided individually and with an individual motion. So at this time, we do have a number of items in the consent agenda. I would ask that we remove from the consent agenda for individual discussion items 5, 7, and 42. Members of the board, are there any other items that board members would like to have removed from the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I've asked staff if we could just have item 16 considered at a future meeting.
To table item 16 and remove
Yes,
it from the consent agenda.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Any other items to be discussed individually from the consent agenda? Remove from the consent agenda? If not, members of the board, at this time, then I would entertain a motion that we approve numbers 2 through 46, removing 5, 7, 42, and 16. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
So moved by Vice Chair Vasquez, second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. The consent agenda is passed. The items that have been removed, the first one is item 5. This is consideration of possible action to appoint Beth, and I'm so sorry, I'm going to mispronounce this, Verstrati to the Flagstaff City, Coconino County Library Board to fill the vacancy left by Harriet Young, who sat on that board for many years, and that the new term would be to expire on October 31st, 2023. And I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Begay, who does sit on the library board, for discussion on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank Beth Versatrati for submitting her application and resume showing interest in the library board vacancy, which was left by Harriet Young. And the appointment is being considered before the board tonight, and to fulfill the term to expire on October 31st, 2023. And also, the other part of that is I also want to thank Harriet Young for serving on the Coconino County Board Library Board and addressing or deliberating in various library issues at hand, thus ensuring there is optimal library services that are available for everyone here. She worked well in with the library director, the city manager, city council, and county board of supervisors in her capacity in of advising and making recommendations likewise. And I just want to say thank you again, Harriet, for your services on the library board for years, and that I would recommend that we appoint Beth Versitari in this capacity to up to October 31st, 2023. Thank you.
All right, is that a motion?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair, noting that this comes from District 3 here.
And do we have, before we vote, I should ask, is Beth with us this evening? Would she like to say a few words to the board? Lindsay, do you know?
Chair Horstman, I do not see her present in the meeting at this time.
Very good. Well, members of the board, or the Board of Supervisors, we do have a motion and a second to appoint Beth Verstrati, is that how you pronounce it? Verstrati? To the board of the library board. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. And thank you, Harriet Young, for your service to Coconino County and the city of Flagstaff by sitting on the library board for many, many years. Really appreciate that. All right. So members of the board, we are moving on. Item number 7 was removed from the consent agenda. It's consideration and possible action to appoint Brian Bates to the Board of Adjustments representing Supervisory District 4 for a term to expire August 9th, 2026. And again, this is coming from District 4. So I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really highly would recommend that we appoint Brian Bates to the Board of Adjustment representing District 4, as he has been involved in a lot of various committees and boards and has shown that he is capable and willing to take on his position as such, and that we need his expertise and his advisements, his anything that he can help with this position. So I just want to make sure that, you know, I brought this up, that he is someone that we need in this capacity and will show results. Thank you.
And are you making a motion to that effect, Supervisor Begay?
Yes.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second the vote. Oh, give it to Geronimo.
All right, Vice Chair Vasquez, a second that vote for Brian Bates to the Board of Adjustments. And before we vote, is Brian Bates with us this evening?
Chair Horstman, I do not see Mr. Bates on the meeting.
Very good. All right, members of the board.
Just quickly, Madam Chair, and to Supervisor Begay, I think you made a really good choice. Brian's been very engaged with the community, participated in many different planning efforts, has taught a lot about planning. So we'll just have to keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't pontificate out there. But really good recommendation there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I think it is a great recommendation to Supervisor Begay. So he has served our community in many capacities in the past. So I look forward to him serving the county on the Board of Adjustments. Any other comments before we vote? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of appointing Brian Bates to the Board of Adjustments signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is again unanimous. So thank you so much. Members of the board, we now have item number 16. There is a request to table this item. I'm going to ask for a motion to table. All those, is there a motion to table?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of tabling item 16 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Very good. It is tabled, and thank you so much. We're moving on. We have gotten past the consent agenda, and we are now moving on to the Health District consent agenda. But before we do that, we must resolve as a Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors?
Madam Chair, I think you removed 44.
42, Madam Chair.
42. You know, I'm just going to get us through this agenda. We'll just whip right through it. I apologize. I stapled it wrong. So we have number 42, and this is an important one. And I asked to have this removed specifically so we could hear from the sheriff on this. I think that this is really good news. And thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for bringing me back to earth. And with that, as County Manager, would you like to tee this up, or should we just turn it over to the sheriff?
Madam Chair, the sheriff is with us today, so I would turn it right over to him.
I thank you. Sheriff Driscoll, thank you for being with us tonight.
Madam Chair, good evening, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity. And I will be brief, but I can tell you how excited we are to receive this funding, this grant award from the Arizona Attorney General's office. We started this process months ago, back in December, and it took a long time, quite a long time, to have it actually come to fruition. But we're fortunate to have received a $2.5 million grant. Now, what this grant will do is to provide for our Pathways to Community. And the Pathways is a program that will help deal with inmates being released from jail. It's actually two parts. The inmates that are in jail will be assessed when they're brought in and determine what their needs are to help them better their lives when they get released. And that part of it is supported by the jail district tax as well. The other part is for the inmates once they're released and handed off to the Pathways folks from the county health department. Then those needs that were assessed earlier are immediately become available or connected to those services right away. And we're fortunate to have this collaboration with our county health department and Kim's staff. It's been a great process. We've learned a great deal. I think we all share the same goal of reducing recidivism and getting people the help from whether it's opioid abuse or other kinds of needs that people have when they're being released from jail. We hope that Pathways will be able to meet many of these needs. What I'd like to do now, with your permission, is to hand it off to Kim Musselman to talk about the partnerships that they have forged with our health district and talk about a couple of early success stories that we've already been able to enjoy.
Thank you, Sheriff Driscoll, and great to see you, Kim. Thanks for joining us this evening.
You bet. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair, Supervisors, and thanks, Sheriff. As the sheriff indicated, we're so excited about this Pathways program. And, I have to really give a ton of kudos to both Michelle Axland and to Erica Shaw, who, while we were working diligently to get this grant to come to fruition, which, as the sheriff indicated, took quite a while to happen. We got really creative on our end and were able to access and partner with other funding that we had through Health and Human Services, through our Health Disparities Program, through a public health workforce grant that we were able to get. So we were able to actually bring even additional positions to start working on things and getting things in place, including securing a software system. So what's been super exciting is even though this grant is just being approved today by the board and just came out a couple of weeks ago for the official notice, our folks were ready to actually start doing assessments the 1st of August. They've been in the jail working with the detention staff, working through all of the logistics of how to make this happen. And just within the first week, we had some really amazing things happen. And again, we're just barely getting started. Our partners are still waiting to get higher up their staff. Our prosecutors' offices, both city and the county attorney's office, as well as the public defender's office, adult probation, and then of course, our treatment providers and our other community service providers. But we've been able to get some great successes that just in a short period of time, within day 2, they were able to connect a young woman to the Sharon Manor program, and in doing so, gave her a job referral. She came back the next day to tell staff that she had already found a job and was employed. That was in day 2 of them just being in there doing those initial assessments. And last week, our staff were able to connect a gentleman Actually, we're able to transport him back to Page. For some of our opioid crisis staff, driving in a team of 2, they were able to complete an intake packet for Encompass, secure a bed date for treatment within the month. And while that transportation was taking place by the staff person who wasn't driving, I will note, they were able to reach out to this person's employer and confirm that he could return to work the next day with their employer. Just amazing stuff happening. Just a couple of other things I would love to share, just because it's awesome and exciting, is also connecting with an individual that has multiple arrests over the last year during this assessment. And as the sheriff indicated, some of these folks are still in jail. This assessment's happening when they're booked in, when they are still in jail. They may not be getting out of jail immediately or the next day. This individual happened to have a situation where he's currently living in a sober house. He's very motivated to find a job, but he was concerned about losing his sober housing while he's been incarcerated. So our community health workers, which were already positions, as I had indicated, that we were able to hire through our health disparities grant, we're able to reach out to Catholic Charities, facilitate coordination in housing, and staff are in the process of working on this release of information to ensure stable housing upon his release. So just a couple of really exciting things, giving out some prepaid cell phones so folks can coordinate transportation to get back home to Phoenix where they happen to live. All of those things have already happened within just the first couple weeks. So I just, want to just again reiterate how excited we are, and this partnership and the opportunity to work hand in hand with the sheriff's department, with the detention staff, and then ultimately working with all of our other partners who are going to be at the table here in the coming weeks. And we're also excited because we're getting all of the remodel things in place as well, and making some, with the help of our facilities department and with, of course, also the sheriff's staff, to make things happen in short order so that we can have our gift shop, if you will, ready to start actually walking people out through that. In the meantime, we're improvising and still providing service. So thanks, Sheriff, for the opportunity to talk a little bit. Appreciate it.
I think that's extremely exciting what's going on, and congratulations, Sheriff, for that Pathways to Community program. And I have to believe that a great part of being awarded this grant was the connection between the Sheriff's Office and HHS on our mental and behavioral health, and attempting to coordinate those programs. And certainly it was a big commitment made by the Board of Supervisors for that. It's great to see this coordination and collaboration. I think this is what we had in mind when we talked about that commitment of ARPA funds. And also, Sheriff, I've got to also believe that this is because of the good work that's been done with Exodus and other programs within the jail, that they've trusted the grant to Coconino County. And I think it's a great opportunity for our incarcerated residents and to help them get a path back to our community and being successful residents here in Coconino County. So thank you for that. Thank you, Kim, for all your work on that. And I see that Supervisor Fowler has some comments as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff, I love seeing and hearing an idea and having it rolled out. Isn't it just exciting? All are saying it took a long time, but in my mind, you had just thought about it, and here it is, right before us again, and it's really happening, and it's all in the name of our people that really need help. And a lot of times, people that need help the most don't know how to ask for help. And when there's an opportunity to say show, they get their attention, and you have that opportunity to help them to realize they can change their life and be able to have a better way of living. That's what you're providing. And I want to thank you, Kim, and all of your staff. I know it's multiple teams that are working together, and you quickly put this together, and I'm just very, very thankful. You come up with these ideas and you make them happen. So thank you so much. And we're just here to support and be able to see how we might be able to help out, and really great to see this is happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
And any other comments to be made?
Sure.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to commend the team, Sheriff Driscoll, Ms. Musselman, everybody on the team that's made this happen, that's created this project. I'm really looking forward to going to its full fruition. You know, it's exciting that it's finally getting going, but I'm really looking forward to seeing as it progresses and we start getting some data back of all the people that it's helped. It's going to be exciting. So congratulations, and look forward to the work that's coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments or concerns, or any congratulations, I should say? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and everybody expressing quite well. A lot of work by your staff, and long time in coming, Jim, Sheriff, and with Kim, with you stepping in, and how we can do it. You know, I think a really important piece to note is just how well, Sheriff, your office works in the jail on different programming, and how the jail district is one that really fits our community with a different programming approach. This one steps outside, but it's that next level that we always knew we needed out there, and it's great to see this grant come in. So I commend each of you, as well as your staffs, for all the work and continuing with this important piece of the district and what we need to do for individuals in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Ryan. Other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I just want to reiterate what my other colleagues have mentioned. I think it's very important that we go after grants, you know, in all aspects of the needs that we have throughout the county. And of course, you know, that I know that these are very competitive grants, you know, and I'm really honored and to have staff that are very active and knowledgeable in this area, you know, to really go after grants and make things happen for the county. So I just want to say thank you for all the people that were involved in getting this grant together. And there's and it's doable, and that, you know, we're out there, it's going to be helping the people that, you know, need a second chance or a third chance. And so thank you for thinking about the people that really need these services. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that was involved, Mr. Driscoll, and then Steve Peru, thank you for your leadership and your guidance in this county initiative. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Begay. And this is really cool, and it's just a great congratulations. So we look forward to the success of this program and hope it's just the beginning, quite frankly. And it's just a wonderful opportunity for the jail and to assist those that are incarcerated. So with that, I believe we need a motion. Let me get back there. Unfortunately, I have put my my pages in the wrong order. This is consideration of possible action to approve the Arizona Attorney General, local and tribal government opioid abatement RFGA grant award, AG 22-019-001 in the amount of $2,501,813. $2,501,813, and approve associated budget adjustments in FY23 and FY24, and request 7 full-time equivalents for the purpose of eliminating opioid addiction and reducing recidivism for inmates and/or individuals currently involved in the criminal justice system with the opioid-related substance abuse disorders with our new Pathways to Community program. Members of the board, that is the consideration and possible action. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve.
We have a motion to approve by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Congratulations, Sheriff. Thank you, Kim, and we look forward to hearing further about this program as it progresses. So thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
All right, now we are back to number 47, where it's trying to take us before. And this is a health district consent agenda. Before we go there, we must resolve as the health district board of directors. All those in favor of resolving, or I need a motion to resolve.
I move
So moved.
that we resolve.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
You have a second, a motion by Supervisor Begay, second by Supervisor Fowler. All those indicating to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are the Health District Board of Directors. We have before us the Health District Consent Agenda. Item 47 is consideration and possible action to approve services. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a consent agenda. And so we have a number of items, 47, 48, 49, and 50. These are all going to be considered under one motion and under one vote unless we elect to remove them from the consent agenda. Is there anyone wanting to remove any of these items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the Health District Consent Agenda?
So moved.
A motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in approving the Health District Consent Agenda items 47 through items 50, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is again unanimous. It passes. Members of the board, we now must resolve as the Board of Directors. The Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So move.
We have.
Sorry, Chair Horseman. We've got addendum item 50A under the jail district. So
And
we need to resolve.
don't we have to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors?
Oh,
and to go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
right?
Yes, thank you.
All right, because I did see that. I did post that on my agenda. So, all right, let's go ahead and be the Board of Supervisors for just a minute or a second, and then we'll be the jail district. All those, do I have a motion and a second? All those in favor of resolving?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Now, members of the board, we need to consider the jail district action item number 50A. This is an amendment to the agenda. And to do that, we must resolve as the jail district board of directors. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Ryan, a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is again unanimous. We are now the jail district board of directors. Number 50A is consideration and possible action to approve Coconino County Jail District Resolution 2022-2022, amending Coconino County Jail District Resolution 2022-01, originally approved on May 10, 2022, to correct a clerical error in the expiration date on the issue of whether the existing excise tax should be extended an additional 25 years. And I think I'm going to turn this over to the county manager.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Jail District Board of Directors. I'm going to read into the record the resolution. It's very short, but again, it'll explain the purpose of this amendment. Whereas the Board of Directors of the Coconino County Jail District by Resolution CCJD 2022-01, dated May 10th, 2022, ordered that a ballot initiative be placed on the district-wide general election on November 8th, 2022 on the question of whether the duration of the existing excise tax should be extended an additional 25 years from December 31st, 2026. And whereas it was the intent of the Board of Directors to put the question on the ballot whether the excise tax should be extended an additional 25 years from December 31st, 2026. And whereas December 31st, 2051 is 25 years from December 31st, 2026. And whereas Resolution CCJD 2022-01 contains a clerical error in paragraph F that miscalculated the expiration date. And whereas the Board of Directors of Coconino County Jail District wishes to correct the clerical error, now therefore be it resolved that the Coconino County Jail District Board of Directors, that Resolution CCJD 2022-01 is amended to strike and remove paragraph F, and you will see paragraph F is the incorrect date. And so, and then the final part would be the if approved, passed and adopted by the Board of Directors of the Jail District on this date of August 2022. And so, Madam Chair, the staff recommends that that the Coconino County Jail District Resolution 2022-02 be considered for approval at this time, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thank you. Do I have any questions by members of the board on this recommendation? If not, do I have a motion to approve Coconino County Jail District Resolution 2022-22, amending Coconino County District Resolution 2022-01 to correct a clerical or error in the expiration date on the issue of whether the existing excise tax should be extended on an additional 25 years.
Madam Chair, before making the motion, just a clarification. And I'm seeing it's written out as Resolution 2022-22, but I believe that's 2022-02. Is that correct?
Oh, I'll have to defer to the clerk. But it should be 02. Lindsay.
That's correct, Supervisor Ryan. It's a typo in the agenda title. It should be 2022-02 as titled on the resolution in your packet.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
All right, so it's 2022-02, correct?
Yes.
Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make that motion to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. It has been approved and the clerical error has been corrected.
Thank you.
So members of the board, we are now going to item number 51. And that is, check to see here, tax schedule. We're still the Jail District Board of Directors. Number 51 does require us to be the Jail District Board of Directors. It's a consideration of possible action to approve Resolution 2022-44, approving and adopting the tax rate schedule for fiscal year 2022-23 and tax year 2022 for all special taxing jurisdictions for which Coconino County has authority to collect taxes. At this time,
Madam Chair, point of order on that one. I don't believe we would be the jail district in doing that.
I don't know. Is this a jail?
It's the Board of Supervisors.
If it's not a jail district one, then we are going back to the Board of Supervisors.
There we go.
It's been kind of a crazy thing here today.
No, we got it. It's good.
with all the amendments on this. So let's entertain a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of returning as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We are not going to reread number 51, but we are going to go to Siri Mullaney to explain what 51 is about. And I know we've also received a number of additional documents on this. So please, Siri, please proceed.
Great. Thank you, Chair Horstman and members of the board. So the next item is an administrative requirement of the Board of Supervisors. Arizona revised statutes require that the County Board of Supervisors adopt the tax rates for Coconino County and all special taxing jurisdictions in the county. The Board of Supervisors is adopting rates not only on behalf of Coconino County, but all of those taxing jurisdictions. and does not have the authority to change the tax levy or rates adopted by the other jurisdictions. I know for the county rates, we've been through several processes with the board for this fiscal year, including truth and taxation hearings, and those rates are already set. This is really just adopting them as a package for the tax roll, if you will, so that the processes can proceed to do the collection and levy of the taxes on behalf of all of those jurisdictions. But it is not an opportunity for the board to express an opinion on those rates for the other districts, whether they complied with statutes. Many of their boards have other statutory legal requirements they're required to follow, and they transmit to us the rates that they're adopted, and they are responsible for following those statutes. So it's not the Board of Supervisors' role to make sure that those districts are following their statutes. It really is just an administrative mechanism for those tax rates to be adopted on behalf of all of the districts. That includes school districts, fire districts, the community college, city, and a variety of other special districts as well. And so the process for this is that all of the districts do submit to us backup documentation certifying that the rate that they would like to have adopted. That is included in your packet. So we did include resolutions and certified budgets, whatever was provided to us by the district, certifying what they would like their tax rate to be. It's then reviewed by the finance office, the county assessor's office, the county treasurer's office, and the clerk of the board all has a hand in reviewing all of the information and making sure everyone's on the same page in terms of what the rates should be for adoption. And so that is where we are today. A couple things of note. So compared to last year, the state equalization tax was eliminated. The CCC override has since been enacted. So that is a tax. So the first one, the equalization rate being eliminated results in lower taxes for our taxpayers in general. The CCC override does result in a levy increase compared to last year. And then fire district rate limits were increased from $3.25 to $3.375. So there was an increase in the allowable fire district tax rate, which many of the fire districts did take advantage of when they set their rates. So those are just some highlights that we have for this year compared to last year on the tax rates. But again, it is definitely just an administrative process tonight. And so with that, staff would like to turn it back over to the board for any discussion. Thank you.
You have heard from Siri, and do anybody have, and we have received a number of documents related to this. Are there any questions of members of the board at this time?
Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to note that, I appreciate all the work that staff has put forward here. Also noting that we will have some adjustments of rates associated with our approval. But one of note that I wanted to point out is the flood control districts. You can see the emergencies that we are immersed in. We don't have enough money even with the increases, and yet we are trying to leverage our money to bring in federal money. And so I fully support the intent of what we're doing, and I'm prepared to make the motion when that time comes. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. I agree with your comments. So any other board members like to have questions or like to make comments?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you, Siri, and thank you for you and your staff. We go through the budget process. It's a year-long process, and we are the direct deliverers of the services and then we have the fire districts and other districts that determine their own budget. And so we have to approve those. And they're just become the pass-throughs for the county, and we don't even charge administrative fee for those. These taxes are really just to turn around, just like Supervisor Ryan just mentioned, to be able to deliver services to our residents. And that's what these taxes are for. So I am supportive of this, and I want to just thank the staff and all of it's just not finance, it's every department that gets involved, and our county manager and deputy managers, everyone is involved in putting these together and working with also these special districts that were just mentioned as well. So it is a year-long process, and in that process, we as a board are apprised of where we are, and we have our own budget sessions when it comes to it. So just want to add that, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments or questions?
Just quickly, good job, Siri. A lot of work.
Yeah, actually, I kind of went a little cross-eyed trying to read it all. So. We appreciate your efforts on that. Thank you. All right, then, hearing none or seeing none, no other comments. At this point, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve resolution 2022-44, approving and adopting the tax rate schedule for fiscal year 2022 through 2023 and the tax year 2022 for all special taxing jurisdictions for which Coconino County has authority to collect taxes.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So thank you very much. And thank you, Siri, for your work on this. We really appreciate that. We have number 52. Now, as I understand it, number 52 is not a public hearing. Number 52 is consideration of possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding an application number 199181 for an acquisition of control for a Series 006 bar liquor license for Borracho Saloon. The agent is Jeffrey Craig Miller, and it's located at 60 West Pinewood Boulevard in Munns Park. And I understand that this is in District 3. And so at this time, I am going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly for her to basically let us know what is going on here. And then I'll turn this over to Matt Ryan to talk about it. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. This is a liquor license for a acquisition of control Series 6 bar license, and this has already been in effect at this location. An acquisition of control does not require a posting or public hearing for the liquor license and for the board to consider doing a recommendation to the state. The liquor license has been provided to our various departments, including the Sheriff's Office, Health and Human Services, our risk manager, as well as community development. They do not have any concerns regarding the liquor license application for the agent. The agent is Jeffrey Craig Miller, and the liquor license establishment where it would be in effect is at 60 West Pinewood Boulevard in Munns Park, Arizona, which is in Supervisor District 3's district. The board itself does not issue the license, but makes its recommendation to the state based on knowledge of the local area and the needs and desires of the community. And Mr. Craig Miller, the agent, is here if you have any questions for the agent.
Very good, thank you. And any other comments, questions, or I'll turn this over to Matt Ryan.
Madam Chair, I don't have questions of the agent in this case. Obviously, this is pretty straightforward in the conveyance. Doesn't have a hearing process itself. And so I'm prepared to make the motion. It's functioned well. You heard about the review by staff, and there are no issues associated with this.
Thank you so much. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
So, Madam Chair, so what motion is recommendation of approval on that? Thank you.
I assume that was what that motion was, since that's before us. We have a motion for the recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. It is approved. So now we are moving forward to the public hearing portion of this. We have item 53, also in District 3. This is a public hearing, consideration, and possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding an application number 200928 for a series 006 bar liquor license, location owner transfer for the Mustang River Grill. Agent is Peter James Mulgrew, and it's located at 13448 East Old Route 66 in Parks, Arizona. As I said, this is also in District 3. I'm going to turn this over to the clerk, Lindsay Daly, who will present on this item, and the applicant may also be present. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. As you said, this is for a Series 6 liquor license location owner transfer for the Mustang River Grill. The agent is Peter James Mulgrew. Lisa Mulgrew is here today for the hearing, and the location of the establishment is 13448 East Old Route 66 in Parks. This is the area that used to be the establishment that used to be the old Rack and Bowl that's been boarded up for a while. We did send out the application to our departments, the Sheriff's Office, Community Development Department, Risk Manager, and Health and Human Services. There were no concerns regarding the application. I went out and did the posting at the location. It's been posted over 20 days, notifying of this public hearing. I have received no comments or concerns from the public regarding the application. And again, the board does not issue the license, but makes its recommendation to the state based on the knowledge and desires of the community. Thank you.
So at this, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Supervisor Brigade, do you have a comment?
I'm sorry, no, I don't.
Okay. All right, is the applicant present, Lindsay?
Correct. Lisa Mulgrew is here tonight.
Okay, so members of the board, before we hear from her, are there any questions about the procedure or process that you'd like to ask Lindsay Daly at this time, or any comments at this time? Then let's go ahead and we will go ahead and hear from the applicant, and then we'll open this up for the hearing.
Lisa, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, then the board can hear you. There you go.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Madam Chair and the board. Good evening. This is Lisa, and Pete is here with me also. We are the applicants for the liquor license for the Mustang River Grill, as Lindsay said, formerly known as the Rack and Bowl in Parks. We are diligently working on preparing the restaurant to reopen under its new name. And this is one of the steps that we are taking to make this restaurant fun and welcoming to the community and to promote the appeal of dining there. We will primarily operate as a restaurant, but having the ability to offer drinks will enhance the experience for the community and the RV park when it is eventually in operation, particularly since it will be within walking distance of the RV park and only a short drive for the community. And as Lindsay also said, this is the same license that the Rack and Bowl had when they were in operation. I want to thank Lindsay for her assistance with this. She's been very helpful in helping me to understand the process, and we appreciate your time, and we respectfully request approval of the license.
Very good, thank you. Then at this time, we are going to open this public hearing. So I'm going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly to explain to members of the public how they can address the board and be heard during this public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide comment during this public hearing regarding this liquor license application, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover at the bottom of your screen, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone and you would like to provide a comment, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
very good. Now is the time, members of the public, to be heard during this public hearing.
And at this time, there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
All right, final call, members of the public. If you'd like to be heard at this public hearing, please, at this time, be heard.
And there are still no hands raised.
All right, very good. At this time, members of the board, we are going to close our public hearing. We are moving on then and asking any other questions or comments from members of the board with regards to this recommendation and approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding an application and owner transfer for let me get the right name on this. For the Mustang. I remember the Rack and Bull, so we're changing the names. Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Ryan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As noted, this is in District 3 and quite notably in Parks. And for the Mulgrews, congratulations on moving forward with this. I know it's a lot of work on your side to get the support of the Parks community. You definitely have it for opening this back up. And by the same token, it is the same license that had been held. So, Madam Chair, I would like to move that we approve the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding application number 200928 for a Series 6 bar and liquor license, and noting the location and owner transfer for the Mustang Grill. And that is my motion, Madam Chair.
Very good. We do have a motion from Supervisor Ryan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. So we're
Good
going.
luck.
I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
I'm just saying to the Mulgrews, good luck on that.
Absolutely. Thank you. We're moving on to number 54, and 54 is also in Supervisor Matt Ryan's district as well. And this is another public hearing. It's a public hearing on consideration and possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding an application 198575 for a location transfer for a Series 006 bar liquor license for Cool Pine Ventures, Inc. Agent is Jeffrey Craig Miller, and this is located at 17570 South Munns Ranch Road in Munns Park, Arizona. We're going to turn this over to the clerk, Lindsay Daly, who will present on this item. So Lindsay.
Thank you. The agent again is Craig Miller, and he is here tonight. This is for the Cool Pines Venture, Inc., and it's located at 17570 South Munns Ranch Road in Munns Park. This is in Supervisor District 3's district, and the application is a location transfer for a Series 6 bar liquor license. We did receive the application from the state, and the hearing notice was posted along with the copy of the application at the site for over 20 days now. And we provided it to our departments for review, which included the Sheriff's Office, Community Development, Risk Manager, and Health and Human Services. None of our departments had concerns regarding the application. We have not received any concerns or comments from the public regarding the application. Again, this is for the board to consider to make a recommendation to the state. The board does not issue the license, but offers the recommendation based on knowledge of the area and the desires of the community.
Very good. Thank you. And members, you have heard the explanation from our clerk. Before we open this up to a public hearing, are there any questions or comments from members of the board? Seeing none, at this point, we are going to go ahead and open this up to a public hearing. This gives an opportunity to members of the public to be heard on this request for approval from the Board of Supervisors to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control. And at this time, Lindsay, could you please explain again how individuals can join us in this public hearing?
Yes, thank you. If at this time someone would like to provide comment regarding this liquor license application during the public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. Again, it looks like a hand, says raise hand. If you are on the telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak regarding the application. And it looks like we do have a hand up, and it is the applicant, Mr. Miller,
Very
or
good.
the agent.
Yes, I do see Craig Miller. I see your hand up. And so at this time, as part of our public hearing, we will recognize you. So please join us.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and
Craig, we've lost you a little bit. We've lost your audio.
oh, sorry about that, Madam Chair. Again, my name is Craig Miller. I work with a company called Arizona Liquor Industry Consultants, and we handle the paperwork and filing of the applications with the state and the city. This location was formerly known as the Munns Park RV Resort, and the owner of the license at that location is transferring it down to the trust of his children so they can decide the future of that location. And you'll notice there's a little bit in the address change from 17550 to 17570 South. It's on the same lot, just moved a little bit back on the property. And it's to determine the future of the property and what's going to go on there, so they can get with it and hopefully open up a restaurant in the very near future and possibly get things moving again for that community. It's at this point, it's still in the same general ownership. Gary Schuster transferred it down in trust to his children. And if I'm available for any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any questions of Mr. Miller? We, of course, have a public hearing going on right now, so we'll continue with that. But any questions from the board on this? And if not, then members of the public, again, this is your time to be heard at this public hearing. And you've got instructions on how you can address the board. Anyone else like to be heard?
Again, you can hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of the screen or hit *9 if you are on the phone to notify us you'd like to speak. And at this time, Chair Horseman, there are no hands raised.
Very good. The final call. Anybody like to be heard? Please let us know now.
Still no hands.
Very good. With that, I am going to close the public hearing portion of this, and we are going to move on to the board. And at this point, I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're taking care of all our spirits, I guess, in District 3. But as noted by Agent Craig Miller on this, this has been a function of this community. We have no reports of problems out there. We've had reviewed by staff. I move that we recommend approval the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control, and it's regarding application 198575 for the location transfer for a Series 6 bar and liquor license for Cool Pines Ventures, Inc.
Very good. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous, so this carries, and we will recommend the approval with the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control. And we certainly wish good luck to Cool Pines Ventures, Inc. All right, we have a next item that we have is a discussion regarding the flood control district. For this, we do need to resolve as the flood control district. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back here then just in 5 minutes. All right, thank you.
Sean, are you good?
Repeat, please, Lindsay.
Are you good, Sean? With the PowerPoint?
Sean P.
On? Just checked in with him. I thought he was on.
He's on. I can see
Okay.
him.
Okay.
Just
John, you
wanna
want to
make
bring
sure
up the
it's-
PowerPoint and make sure that, just to make sure, do a quick test?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
Jeremy, why don't you do a check too?
Okay, we can see it, Sean.
Okay, I'll stop share.
Thanks.
That was my video. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, Jeremy. Thank you.
I know it's going to be a long meeting, and so is everybody back? Are we ready to proceed? I see Supervisor Ryan. And I see Judy Begay is with us,
I'm here, Madam Chair.
and also Supervisor Fowler. And Vice Chair, are you with us? All right, love that. So, and thank you. And members of the community, we took a little break here and we are back, and we are now at the discussion of possible action regarding flood preparation and mitigation efforts as a result, of course, of those forest fires that we've had. And before we go further on this, we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of resolving as the Flood Control District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors, and we are here for a discussion on possible direction regarding flood preparation and mitigation efforts as a result of the fires that we've had and the, of course, recent flooding that has occurred on both the east and the west side. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Deputy County Manager and Flood Control District Director Lucinda Andriani. And I know you have earlier today presented us slides, so you should have received those in your inbox, and I know you'll probably be going through those as well. So I'm turning this over to you, Deputy County Manager Andriani.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that we did go in as flood control district. That happened. Okay, great. Just want to make sure I'm tracking here.
It was unanimous.
Yeah, great. It happened quickly. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on the Schultz/pipeline flood area efforts that are underway. I'm going to do a brief update, and then Jeremy Floyd and Sean Puelmer are going to provide some additional information on the financials and where we are financially. One thing I want to note is I think there was some question about the consent items. There's a number of consent items on the Flood Control District agenda, which will come up as the next item. And I just want to note that those are all kind of standard renewals. They have nothing to do whatsoever with the efforts that are underway with the fires, nothing to do with this. Is just standard set of renewals of our contracts with our on-call, primarily our on-call engineering assets, which fortunately we have because we're utilizing many of them for these efforts and other efforts. And then we have renewals of contracts with our conservation corps partners. And so those are all standard annual renewals. So nothing outside the ordinary. There are not anything related to our routine business beyond, nothing to do with the fires and flood mitigation efforts. So with that, Sean will go ahead and bring up the presentation. Thank you, Sean. Go ahead and go to the next slide here. Just wanted to provide a kind of a little bit of an overview update. I think you're all very aware of what transpired. This is a photograph of one of the 9 corridors affected by the pipeline fire. One of the ones that has really significantly unraveled over the last several major flood events. This is the Copeland corridor. It gives you a good feel for, what's happening there. And it has unraveled. I think many of you have been out to see the boulder field that exists out there. That's a result of the natural fan above the neighborhood that's unraveling. Just some statistics to share with you. We've had upwards of 19 major flood events now impacting numerous corridors. Frankly, all 8 have been, all 9 have been impacted, multiple times. The National Weather Service has issued 17 flash flood warnings. We've had 38 county emergency notifications delivered to the public. And we've pulled the valuation for the areas both within the county and within the city that are impacted by the flooding. And the valuation is over $1.3 billion. And as most of you are aware, we've seen multiple closures of both Highway 89 and Highway 180 through this monsoon season. And this is pretty significant level of effort that's going on, needless to say. And of course, the impacts into our communities have been tremendous. So next slide, please, Sean. So what we're going to do is show a series of videos here that kind of capture some of the impacts. This is the government tank watershed, the furthest watershed furthest to the south on the east side of the peaks, north or east side of the peaks, north of Flagstaff, east side of the peaks. And go ahead, Sean, and play this. This is some drone footage taken by Tim Carter with Emergency Management. Really shows you, what's occurring in this. And this is post flood event. You can see the level of sediment. In fact, there's a lot more sediment. We've got a contractor in here now trying to get some of the sediment out. This area is afflicted by kind of two dynamics. One is that it's got a tremendous amount of water and sediment coming in. This is an unmitigated watershed. It was not mitigated after Schultz because very little of it was burned. And so we've got a tremendous amount of water coming down, and then it hits the highway, and it also backwaters into this area, into these homes as well. So, and then it crosses the highway. Actually, it goes along the highway, along the channel there, and then it crosses over the highway in about 3 to 4 different locations. It's crossed over, it's closed the highway several occasions and or impacted the highway lane closures as well. That's the APS solar plant there at the top of the video. Next slide, please. This is seeing some of the post-flooding impacts to the highway. The highway's already been scraped, but you can see some of the remnants here on the side of the highway. Next slide, please. This is one of the homes. This is one of the earlier major flood events, and where it overtopped the bags, and water was flooding took place, damaged the garage door, and flooding then it occurred within the garage. And the next slide, please, shows the contents of the garage with a lot of mud and muck in the bottom of the garage here. Next slide, please. So this is a really dramatic video of the flooding on the Copeland corridor. This is the corridor where the fan above the neighborhood has unraveled. And this is when you see a natural fan unravel. This is what you see as these massive boulders, we had boulders upwards of 6-8 feet being basically carried by this very, what we call bulked up water. This tremendous amount of sediment is carrying trees, logs, stumps, and major rocks. Go ahead and play this, Sean. Increasing, and it starts to decrease. It fluctuates. The homeowner at this property recorded this over an hour, and we just took a 1-minute clip of the initiation of the flooding. It flooded underneath the house. Fortunately, the house was on piers. Piers were not severely damaged, fortunately. It overtopped. They had a pretty substantial sandbag wall there. We've gone back in now and built barrier. But then you can look at the next photograph here. This was the boulder field that got left after that that flood event, and they've had one more pretty significant flood event since then as well. So this is some of what's being experienced up in this corridor in particular. And Wupaki Trails is very similar, as is Government Tank. The fans there haven't completely unraveled yet, thankfully, but unfortunately they're on their way. Next slide, please, Sean. This is downstream of that boulder field where it crosses the road, and then it's head cutting or eroding down through the neighborhood here. That is an individual. I think he's about 6 feet tall. And next slide here. This is a house that was flooded in the Wupaki Trails area. Go ahead, Sean. And that is just one flood path of 2 flood paths that the flooding, the level volume of flooding in this area probably has been 1,000 to 1,200 CFS, at least maybe up to 1,500 on one of the later events since this video was taken. This house, if you go to the next slide here, you can see that during the original flood event that it flooded up to about the first to 1.5 rungs of that garage door. This home did sustain significant. This is the most significant interior flooding we've seen. It sustained 2 to 3 feet of flooding in the interior of the home. And it's uninhabitable, and they were fortunate enough another neighbor there provided them with housing, and I know HHS has reached out to them to see if we can assist with some additional housing needs that they may have. So right now, the floodwater, even with the barrier and other things, given the soil in this area, it's just still ponding to some extent around the house. So next slide, please. This is flooding now on the Schultz Creek watershed that comes into the west side of Flagstaff. This is at Seacrest School. And this is the flood event. I believe it was this last Sunday. Go ahead, Sean. You can see the flood water had filled the parking lot of the school. And, the flood water here, this is kind of as the water was receding. The flood water is receding. Go to the next slide there, Sean. But what's happening in this area is that much like Doney Park, it's fairly flat when it gets into this area of the west side of Flagstaff, Stevana, and the northern section of Coconino Estates, and it's ponding. Those people are trying to open a storm drain there, which is probably actually filled with water is the issue there. We've got kind of a combination of that dynamic, and then we've had a lot of mitigation where people have mitigated their properties rather than mitigating their homes, and that's pushing a lot of the water downstream. So the flooding is actually advancing further into Coconino Estates. This was also, last Sunday was also the largest flood event that they've had in this corridor. So we're seeing those impacts on that side, that flood corridor as well. So next slide, Sean. Mitigation efforts continue. We've to date produced, I think we're at about 693,000 sandbags. We've placed over 3 miles of concrete barriers. I think it's pretty close now to about 3.5 miles of concrete barriers. We've been providing the mitigation exhibits and updating those as needed based on changes in flood path and other things that are occurring. and, constantly on forest, repairing and removing largely removing sediment from the measures that were constructed post Schultz. Fortunately, all those fans are working fabulously, but in a couple of these corridors, it's just not enough. The volume of water is overwhelming, particularly Wupaki trails. You can see that 2,700 truckloads of sediment have been removed by only one of our contractors. And we've got 2 other contractors working the area, removing sediment from roadside ditches for county roads, and also assisting with some sediment removal on private roads as well, where they just can't access their properties, like that switchback area that we showed the drone footage of. The district, as you're aware, we secured $2 million from NRCS for exigency funding for the sandbags and barriers. They will, cover up to 75% of the costs within the time frame. It began July 6th and ends September 10th. And then the city, this is a real important thing to note, the city secured $2 million to construct a detention facility basin up at the intersection of Mount Eldon Road and the Schultz Pass Road. They own a 20-acre parcel there. They're going to convert, I think it's 16 to 18 acres into a detention facility there, and they think that will have a significant positive impact downstream, particularly if we're successful in securing funding to conduct the on-forest watershed restoration measures above that detention basin so it doesn't continually fill with sediment. Right now, and again, Jeremy and Sean will go through the numbers, but we're looking at likely spending in excess of $6 million. As they march into this, you're going to see figures. It'll talk about what's expended and then what's encumbered. Know that what is encumbered doesn't mean that we'll necessarily spend all of that funding. We're working with our consultants and contractors to identify, kind of what's been expended, what do we think might be expended. The way the Munis system works, you have to put more money in. So, so you don't have to, it's just a complicated process with Munis, but we put more money in, so we may well not expend all that's encumbered, but we'll probably spend a pretty fair amount of it. So they'll walk through those numbers. I think that's coming up next. Next slide. This is on Wupaki trails. This is the end of the alluvial fan that we had restored post Schultz. And you can see all the debris and rock and everything that's capturing. They've already taken off, I don't know, somewhere upwards. Alan has mentioned 7 feet, but I think they're closer to probably 12 feet of sediment. They've actually literally taken off the fan. And then this is the terminal trench that directs the water down to the channel that had been constructed through the area. And it just continually fills up with sediment. That's what's creating 2 pathways through Wupaki trails now. It's just far exceeding. This system was constructed to manage 150 CFS, of which they had not had any flood events since we constructed this in 2013 until the pipeline fire. Now, again, they're seeing somewhere in 1,000, 1,200 CFS. And the proposal for this watershed is to add additional fan up above, as well as to construct a concrete line channel in the existing easement through this corridor that would handle up to 1,800 CFS. So would have a substantial impact on the flooding that's taking place there now. So next slide, Sean. I think that's it for this piece. Chair, if there's any questions that people have relative to that segment, I could take those questions now, and then we could move into the financials.
Any questions? I also will say that we had an opportunity this morning to meet with Senator Kelly and his staff for a real review of what's going on here because of the Schultz pipeline, both in the east side and the west side, and of course to gain his support and his commitment to assist us with both the short-term, but quite frankly, the long-term mitigation that's going to be necessary as we move forward. So did a great job explaining it during that meeting and has done a great job explaining it to the Board of Supervisors here this evening. So any questions or comments, members of the board? Then I think you can go forward, Lucinda.
Great. All right. I'll turn it over to Jeremy. He's going to do the first set of slides, and then Sean will do the last couple of slides. Thank you. And then I'll come back to close it out, take any questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lucinda. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, my name is Jeremy Floyd. I'm the Administrative Services Division Manager for Public Works. I'm serving as the finance section chief for this entire event. And I kind of want to talk to you right now about the procurement process. This first process that you see on your screen is for contracted vendors. So any vendor that we already have under JOC or small scale contracts. The first step for that process is we identify the need or the service such as sandbags or engineering. Then we give it to the Flood Control District Administrator, who is Lucinda Andriani. She approves the procurement and it's based off established contracts and approved contracts by the board. And then we turn it over to the Flood Control District Business Manager, who creates the PO, for the on-call vendors. See this next slide, Sean. This is for emergency procurement. So we do have a function where we can actually search out for a need or service and identify that. And under the emergency, we can sign up a contractor even if they do not have a contract currently. Now, we do have to bring that back to the board at a later date to make sure that we get that approved. After Lucinda signs off on the emergency procurement, then the Flood Control District Business Manager and the finance team, they establish the new agreements as needed. Next slide. So this procurement process is for supplies or materials. So we're talking about sandbags and sand and the different items that we need on that scale. What we've been doing currently is emergency management has actually served as this role for the logistics lead. That's Kelsey Nielsen. She's sourcing all these supplies and materials, and she's putting them into Web EOC so that we can make sure that we can go back to Arizona DEMA or DFFM, whoever's going to be administering the reimbursement. And we have that tracking mechanism in place already. Now the Flood Control District, the FCD administrator is approving all of the requests. The business manager is initiating the purchase orders and the POs under the existing contracts and following either the existing contracts or the emergency procurement process. And then we accept and we process the invoices as the work gets complete. Next slide. I'm getting ready to turn it over to Sean, but I want to touch on this. So this event is a little bit unique, and it's definitely larger than any event that I've been a part of to date. Currently, we've identified and we've established about 12 projects related to the Schultz and Pipeline flood event. The projects, there's 3 parts to the projects that we're basing this on. So it's the funding source. So it could be DFFM, NRCS, Flood Control District, and also the scope of work. So what type of work they're going to perform and how that contractor can provide the work, and the project timeframe. So there's different timeframes for each project. So we have set dates that we have to follow for reimbursements and different things. And with that, I will turn it over to Sean. If Lucinda wants to interject, it looks like she has something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to share. So when you see the term project, that's actually a description of an item within the Munis financial system. So within the system, if you want to track costs separately from other costs, then you establish a project. So what we've done is we've established 12 very well, pretty highly defined projects. So normally, like in public works, or if we had a project, you know, a construction project, for example, we would have a single project number and we track all the costs, be it engineering, construction, and so forth. So what we're doing here right now is we've got 12 right now to capture all the different types of costs that are coming in. And again, based on the type of work, the potential funding source, and then the project timeframe, because we're tracking everything before July 6th when the NRCS money kicked in for example, for barrier and sandbag. So barrier and sandbag that was done before that, we may or may not get any reimbursement for. And we're tracking it during that time frame. So there's all these different configurations that we're tracking to track all the funding in a pretty defined way, you know, so that we know what we're spending, and we know what we're spending in these categories, but then we can also go back and secure reimbursement for those costs that are reimbursable. And certainly don't think that all the costs are reimbursable. There'll be costs that are not reimbursable. But this is the mechanism, pretty complex mechanism, and Jeremy and Sean have set up a whole process map that shows the team that's involved, and it includes the business manager from emergency management. Of course, Sean is the business manager for the flood control district. It includes public works, Jeremy, and some of the support there that potentially comes in to help support maybe some specific procurements, that type of thing. And then people in finance as well. So he's got it laid out really well so that we can track this going forward, and then track it through ultimately what will be a 3-year reimbursement process, some of it through DEMA, and then they'll come back and then they'll audit at some point. You know, it's just an ending process. So we've defined this really clearly so that we can track this and as best we can through this process. So we'll be sharing the updates with you as we go, march through this. So, all right, I think the next couple slides Sean has, right?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Lucinda, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. So my name is Sean Puyama. I'm serving as the Flood Control District Business Manager. The next slide we wanted to share provides a little bit of a visual of the 12 projects that Lucinda and Jeremy mentioned, as you can see, related to the flood response. You can see that some of these projects are short-term in nature, and others are related to long-term measures that are currently engineering and design review. Both are on forest and off forest, as well as impacted highways. Also included are the efforts related to the NRCS extingency projects and the post-fire flood prep that was in place as soon as the fires were through. So that was prior to any of the flood events that was already happening. That included barrier placement and sandbags that were being placed out into some of the communities as part of the mitigation. But like Lucinda mentioned, these are all kind of buckets that we're tracking all these related costs to, so that when we do go back for reimbursement, we can go ahead and have specific ideas of the dates and times and locations of where this work was actually done over the course of the flood season that we're going through. The next slide gives a quick snapshot of where we sit with regards to both our expenditures to date, as well as estimated encumbered costs for the season. As Lucinda mentioned earlier, the encumbered cost is basically kind of our estimate based on scopes of work that we've been provided and possible resources that we may need for the season. And that total comes out to about 6.5 million. We broke out the cost into different categories and tried to give the best up-to-date information with regards to what has been paid or invoiced, just so that we can kind of show where we are to date. And we show that we've expended up to date 3.9, almost 4 million so far.
The difference between what we've encumbered for the season as well as what we paid to date is roughly a difference of 2.5 million. And again, this is an estimate based on current projects. Of course, there could be change in the event of another major flood. There's things that could happen over the next couple of weeks that would either increase these costs or may possibly decrease some of these costs, as Lucinda mentioned, when it comes to those encumbered amounts. And with that's all I have. So we'd like to open up to members of the board for any questions.
Thank you, Sean, and thanks for the breakdown. It's it has been quite a month. So I think it's interesting the comments that Jeremy Floyd made, that this is one of the largest projects that he's worked on to date. You know, we have 12 projects ongoing, 9 watersheds that have been affected. And it has certainly been a very time consuming and really really dedicated commitment, you know, by certainly Lucinda and the rest of the staff to really do the very best job we can for the citizens and the residents here in Coconino County that are being affected by these horrendous floods, and including really reaching out to our both senators and a representative for their assistance, because we will need, as you can see, the money that's been spent. We are going to need their federal dollars and a commitment to help us not only complete the short-term mitigation through the rest of the monsoon season, but certainly as we move forward here to try to help and create some relief for future monsoons. So we really appreciate all of your efforts. You know, Lucinda, I don't know if you've gotten any sleep at all this month since the floods have begun, and we certainly appreciate everyone's dedication and commitment. So with that, there may be other questions. You know, many of us have gone out and seen the devastation both on the west side and the east side, and we see the cost of assistance given the devastation we have incurred, and there's more to come. We know that. It's sobering to sit and to listen and to watch where we are right now. So questions, comments from other members of the board?
Yes, I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, so we're saying that homes are being flooded, properties are being flooded. How are we helping the individual residents and neighborhoods that are being flooded, and where's our jurisdiction and where's our authority? And you're showing costs, and I'm trying to, you know, divide and say, okay, where do we come in, where do we not come in, and how do we address? I know that we're trying to do alluvial fans and trying to redirect or do some mitigation on the flooding, controlling the water flow. But how do we help the residents directly?
So in terms of support for the residents directly, you know, we do have some limitations because, you know, direct support beyond the flood mitigation. So certainly we're providing all the flood mitigation at no cost to the residents, sandbags, barriers. Beyond that, it becomes an issue of, you know, a personal gift, a gift. And so we do have limitations. We do have the authority to go in and open and make passable private roads, which we have been doing, you know, Public Works has been doing, you know, religiously through this area. And that's been a major effort. In terms of private property, one of the things that we do plan to provide at the end of the season, and we did this during the first several years of Schultz, as you probably remember, board member, that to ask if people want to move, you know, debris and sediment that's on their properties to the roadways, and then bringing in a contractor that will collect that up. And then we've worked out an arrangement if we have to separate it out, clean sediment from not clean sediment. We can't take any trash. but we've worked out an arrangement with the landfill to be able to take the clean sediment there at no cost. The other sediment that may have, trees or other types of material, organic material in it. We've secured a permit from the Forest Service to be able to put that into a pit that they're trying to remediate up on the forest, old material pit. So we're looking at ways to help people, but be very conscious of this dividing line of what's a gift and what is not a gift. We're also working with property owners that have had very severe impacts to their homes, and it's a handful. Fortunately, the short-term mitigations worked really well, but I've been working with HHS to identify those individuals to see if there's other types of supports they may need. And they've stepped in and are communicating with them and seeing if they have other types of needs. So right now, that's really been the focus, is trying to make sure if they call in and say, hey, my bags or, the flow seems to be going this direction now or this direction, I need somebody to come out and look. We go out and do site assessment, that type of thing. So very similar to what we did during Schultz.
Yeah, and I remember, thank you, Lucinda, Madam Chair. During the Schultz fire, we had property owners sign agreements with us. And I'm just wondering if I'm sure that's the direction we're going. And then these dollars that we're looking at for federal dollars, there's so much fire and flood and natural disasters throughout the country. So I'm thinking that it's become very competitive, and how do we make it, how do we secure those dollars? I'm just wondering if those are the same dollars that we're all trying to get, and we're all, trying to meet with our senators and representative congressional delegations to help us secure these dollars.
So next week we will be releasing the overall long-term conceptual plan of what we believe is needed to mitigate the impacts, in all the 9 flood corridors. And so we'll talk more about that next week. But are you correct that, we will be competing for funds? Absolutely. One of the key funding sources that we've used both during Schultz, we used during Slide, we've used during Museum, is Emergency Watershed Protection Program funding. That was, they funded to the tune of $400 million through the IIJA. That's already been exhausted. So we're working with our senators and congressional representatives to identify additional funding for that, likely through what will be an emergency disaster supplemental bill that will be considered by Congress, again, to address the wildfires in the West that is being experienced, as well as the flooding in Kentucky and some of the other areas back east. So we're hoping that we can add on to that. We're, working with the senators' staffs to craft that legislation and get that funding for EWPP. There's currently a $600 million backlog. So they went through $400 million in a matter of March to now, basically, and now there's already a $600 million backlog. And that backlog doesn't yet account for because our first application will go in later this week, and then we'll likely have 2 more applications. So it's a long haul, and you're right, it will be a competitive process potentially, but EWPP is a really key source. And, we've had a lot of success, of course, with the measures that we've been able to construct with that funding and Forest Service funding. So next week we'll be laying that all out and sharing that with USDA, as well as with our congressional staff members and representatives.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board? Vice Chair Vasquez.
I'd just like to say thank you to everyone out in the public works and the different teams that have been working tirelessly through all these flooding events. I mean, it's been nonstop since April, tunnel fire, pipeline, and now all the flooding events. I didn't realize it was 19 total events, but you think about just how significant that is and how exhausting that is. You know, our teams are going out there grading roads and the next day having to grade them again, you know, and we've had the highway overtopped with mud and then the next day have to be cleaned up again. And, you know, all the different agencies that have helped out have really made a huge difference. And, you know, I want to commend the team because, you know, I get calls from constituents about needing sandbags or needing barriers or needing support. And someone from the staff is out there within that day, talking to people, finding out their concerns and really trying to see how we can support them. Sometimes we can't do everything they want us to do, but at least we're out there trying to see how we can help the best we can. And so I just want to say thank you to the team because it's been noticed. You know, people do see the value and the contributions of our staff, and it's been a tough go. We're not done through this season yet, but we're doing the best we can. You know, one of the things that, you know, I was out there today with Chair Horstman and Lucinda took us on a tour with some of Senator Kelly's staff. And one of the things that, you know, every time we go out there, there's new damage. There's new flows, there's new rocks, you know, boulders that have been brought down or new mud flows that have showed. And when you start at Wapaki Trails and then work your way in, it's just a magnitude of so many different watersheds. You know, last year we dealt with museum flood and it was one watershed over and over again. Now we're getting hit at any of the 6 watersheds and sometimes multiple times in a flood event. And now you put into the west side as well. And it can be a little overwhelming. And so considering all those factors, you know, we're doing a great job and we're trying to do the best we can. And hopefully we'll continue to get the support and resources of our congressional delegation and our senators to get some of this funding that we need to do this work. Because if one thing that museum taught us is that if we get the on-forest mitigation in over one season, we can make a difference. You know, it's not going to change everything with the 6 watersheds that are damaged, but it can start make a difference and lower some of the risk for some of the flooding in some of those areas. So we just have to get through this season and then hopefully get this long-term mitigation started in this off season to be ready for next year's monsoons. So again, just thank you, team. Thank you, Lucinda, for your leadership and everybody in public works and emergency management who have done a great job going through such difficult times for such an extended period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, thank you for the update and everything that has been expressed. You know, if you're out there, you hear from the individuals, as I know, you know, Supervisor Horstman, Supervisor Vasquez have been doing, and our staff. You know, we started with COVID and it just hasn't let up. There's a fatigue factor that we have out there. So we certainly do appreciate all the work on this. And this outline is helpful. However, you know, one thing I do want to start to gauge associated with this is, okay, here's an accumulative projection. How does that measure up to what we have? And how are we aligning our projections associated with it? So, you know, I want to get an idea of the bottom line and where we are just to, you know, see what our capacity is. And most certainly, you know, we really want to match up to federal money, but it's not a guarantee it'll be there. And with that, we can't do everything. The approach that's being used is a very strategic approach, evaluate it with professionals, which is good. But knowing, you know, what our bottom line is and how you're aligning those projections, you know, it would be helpful for us to know what, you know, where it's going, how it's going, and where we have our limits associated, just being, a prudent fiscal agent associated with that. What's being done to try and accommodate people, really, definitely kudos goes out there, compliments and appreciation for that. So there are my thoughts. I see these numbers, as we get future presentations, as you start to build this picture, if we could have that broader scope of what our bottom line is, certainly would appreciate that. We just made a $5 million loan from the general fund on the Board of Supervisors side to come into the flood control district. But we only have so much too. And how are we managing that projection? Thank you, Lucinda, and for all your staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just one other thing, not only has it been a very trying and taxing time for our staff that have really worked over and above to try to help our community, but our community has been on high alert all through spring and all through this summer, and they still have half the monsoons to go through. And, it's just an endless round of anxiety and concern for their children, their pets, their property, their homes. And, not to mention the endless cleanup that is going on and day after day, rain, storm after storm. They've been scared, everybody's frustrated, and they're weary. And I think we're starting to see some of that frustration and weariness. And, I think it's important for all of us to obviously understand, which we're feeling it too. They're all part of our community, and so we're feeling that as well. But it's important that we move on and do what we can for them for short term now for the mitigation. And we really have to do what we can to get this long-term mitigation in place. We can't be doing this year after year. And we need the long-term mitigation. And then we've got to put some time and effort and money into basically the forest management and forest thinning so that we do not keep repeating this vicious cycle over and over again. We can't afford it. And I think that's the bottom line when we look at the numbers. And as Supervisor Fowler says, we're competing on a federal level with so many other states, so many other communities that have faced a very similar type of tragedy and emergencies this summer. So, it's we're moving forward as best we can, and we need to make sure that we get the monies from our senators and from our representatives so that we can actually do something and not have to repeat this time after time. So, again, thank you, everybody. I know you're all tired, and we've got more to do. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. And, I just, we always work into partnership, and even with these fire and then with the flood, Navajo Nation's always come out. Our President Nez and his team have said we're here, we're willing to help. When I think at some point it'd be very good to do a presentation for them so that they can support us in pursuing these federal dollars that we're talking about and other services. Back when the relocation would happen, many of the tribal members have moved into this area, and their impact. We've had a number of events where the president and brought his team and really helped out. So I think that we need, when we're talking about factoring everything in cost-wise and partnership, I think we need to keep them in mind as well. And then just one more point, I just want to thank the emergency manager, Wes, and also Lucinda and team for Andy, county managers, for helping in the Tuba City area as well. So there we're doing the community, addressing the the flooding events as a community as well. So just with your partnership in that in the Tippah City area means a great deal. So when we talk about flooding and all the work that you're doing, you're actually helping out just beyond Flagstaff. And I just want to bring that out and just want to thank our county manager and all of the staff for helping in that region. And we, of course, we have our operators that are clearing the roads and doing and also taking care of the washed out roads on that we maintain on Navajo Nation. So I just want to bring that out and thank Public Works and others, all the departments. I know we all work as a team, so I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments? Any other comments from you, Lucinda, or County Manager?
Madam
I'd
Chair,
like, oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Gay.
yeah, I feel that we really need to look at this, the flooding and everything in the areas of having it as a long-term mitigation efforts that need to be, that needs to happen. As you have stated, Madam Chair, that, we can't continue to do this every year we're, faced with the same things and the same things as floods and fires and others things that come around. And I think we really need to think about the long term, how we're gonna, remedy or curtail all these floods and fire off, well, actually the floods, as far as helping our communities from being flooded out and stuff like that. So I just feel that it's raining years and years, every year seems that we're doing the same thing, which is, cleaning up debris and things, this and that. And so I just want to say, I think it's a long time coming that we really need to think and not just sandbags. And, each year, I know our hands are tied as a county, but I know there are other entities and organizations and other people here in the community that can really help also, as far as how they can help us, do the long-term efforts of the mitigation process. So I'm just sitting here thinking, as we talk about it, we need to really look at other areas, other people, Navajo Nation, everyone, because there's not all there are a lot of Hopis and Navajos and Utes and other tribes that live here in Flagstaff. I'm pretty sure, they can help as far their tribes can also try to help too. So it's not only a Flagstaff issue because, like I said, there's a vast amount of different people that are here in Flagstaff. So I think a long time coming, we need to really talk about the long-term, how we're going to do this and not just wait for the rain to come and have. And I really, really thank our county staff. I think they've done a lot. They're tired. And I know, that it takes a lot out of you, to lose sleep and always be available. We get alerts way about 11, 12, 1, 2 in the morning. And, and yet they're up and going again 4 or 5 in the morning. So we need to go out and get with our other partners and to ask them, where can you help? How can you help? What is something that you guys can help with, because this is their community too. Sometimes we say city does this and the county does this and, this and that, but, it's all our problem, everyone's problem here in Flagstaff. So I just want to say that, and I just thank everyone that has been involved in this effort. And Lucinda and your team, you're doing a great job. And, it's just bad. It's sad that, our hands are tied to a certain extent, but we're trying. We're really trying as a county, and we can just do what we can. And of course, there are fundings out there that that may be out there, but it's really competitive. And there's always a way for something to happen. So I think, we really need to start looking at that as soon as possible and get that going. And I think, and talking to Lucinda as she took me out the other day, they're trying to start those efforts, as far as long-term. So I was really happy to hear that, but I just wanted the other, my colleagues to know that, that's probably something we need to look at as far as curtailing a lot of these floods that really damage some properties and stuff like that. So, and then with the homeowners, I know we've been trying to tell them to get insurance, and maybe we should, even pursue that so that, it is helping themselves, and, we're trying to help them to a certain extent too. So that's all I need to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Brigade. Any others? And we're moving on.
So
I'm
I
sorry.
just wanted to say we have an amazing team, and it's as the vice chair and others have identified, it's a toiling effort, and but people are very committed to trying to support the community and our residents through this very, very difficult time. It's extremely challenging on all fronts for the people in these flood areas. And, I keep telling them, hang in there with us, and a lot of people, as was noted, have been very, very positive about the support that we are providing. One thing that's kind of been interesting to me is, in terms of the first year Schultz response, we were up at about 6 million, and I thought, oh, we may spend a lot more now when you think about the level of inflation that took place in that period and since then. So actually, I think, we've learned a lot, and I think we're applying those lessons, which is still a whole lot of money, but I think we're trying to really manage those impacts. I think, one of the things I'll be having a whole conversation with Steve and Siri over the next week here about that long-term plan, as board member Ryan mentioned, like, what is the long-term plan to financially support the long-term mitigation? And I suspect that between that and forest restoration and keeping that initiative moving forward, we're probably looking at the district needing to enter into some kind of borrowing or bond or some type of effort. So we're going to start those conversations about what that might look like. And because I think what's really important to understand is both the long-term mitigation and forest restoration provide multi-generation benefits. And as Mike Townsend taught me very well, when you have multi-generation benefits, multi-generations need to contribute to that supporting those initiatives. So anyway, we'll be having more conversations with those as we move forward. And I appreciate, I'd really like to work with you, board member Fowler, and with Begay to work on, let's get President Nez here and do a presentation and do a tour. I think that would be great to do that. I agree. They are part of our community. They're tribal members of many tribes that are being impacted by this. And lastly, I just want to say, we're holding on to our science-based approach. And I think that was something we developed during Schultz that has really been our foundation. And I think what will continue to be our foundation, create some frustration in the neighborhoods, but overall it served us extremely well. And I want to point to that tomorrow I'll be putting in for an extension for the museum project that we did through NRCS to complete the Parkway Basins element. Most likely we'll end up not completing that till next spring, but also completing the last segment of the on forest this fall efforts. So those efforts are still underway. They've performed exceptionally well. We had a pretty significant event there this last Sunday, and everything worked just really extremely well. So again, I'll say to you to hang in there with us. It's going to be a long road. And I know this last weekend, the west side, the Schultz Creek flood corridor got hit very hard, had the most significant event, as I noted. And we're meeting tomorrow with the engineers and really coming up with, okay, how are we going to redouble our communication effort into that area to make sure people are very clear in terms of what mitigation needs to take place. We've had a lot of what we call wildcat mitigation that's having a lot of downstream impacts, and really trying to, again, work with people. We haven't been very successful on that, frankly, yet, but continuing to try to work with people to, try to modify their mitigation so there's fewer impacts downstream. So, and working with the city for them to mobilize more resources and et cetera as well. So with that, thank you. I appreciate your time and attention this evening. And thank you, Sean and Jeremy.
All right, any other comments? So then let's move on. We have, after that presentation, and I have to say we have some clarification that the flood control consent agenda items are not related to the flood prep and mitigation efforts of the recent fires. So that's important to note. And with that, we have flood consent agenda. We have items 56 through 68. You've had an opportunity as the board to review them and to review the underlying contracts. Are there any questions or concerns on any of this? This is a consent agenda, so it'll be done with one motion and will be with one action of the board unless anybody removes an item. So anybody want to remove an item from the consent agenda? Any questions on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the flood control consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I'll move that we approve the consent agenda as we have before us.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. We have a second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of approving the flood control district consent agenda signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. So members of the board, we have reached the end of our agenda, but before we adjourn, we must resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors?
Oh, I'll go ahead and do that, Madam Chair.
That'd be good because I'd like to. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
We are back as the Board of Supervisors. Members of the board, at this time, we are going to adjourn the regular meeting. And I wish you all a good night.
Yeehaw. Yeah.
Take care.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.